let that do its magic. Maybe I won't have to drink room temperature seltzer. Delicious. That's seltzer water. That's basically sodium. Gotta stay hydrated and fucking heat wave around here. What is the temperature? 89 degrees in Philadelphia. I got 100 full in the garden. What's this trend in comically large ice cubes? I want to say they last longer, but I don't think, I don't know if thermodynamics works like that, right? I don't know. I bought them because I need 3 for a drink. So I bought 4 of the silicone trays of them, and I keep them down here. There's an ice machine upstairs, but that means I got to go upstairs. So I don't know. Works well. I hate refilling the ice tray. The Death Star ice ball. I had ice balls for a little while. I used those for like whiskey and stuff when I was in like my 20s, but I kind of got over it and I don't use them anymore. They're a neat novelty, but I mean, big ice cubes just helps keep it cool. Kool-Aid has a lot of sugar in it. It's basically just sugar. I had to print this thing again. Again. Can't I get anything right, you know? Look at that. Oh, copy. Oh, no, that wasn't copyright. That was just a cut. This is Metronomic Live, by the way. Check out streams. Yeah, that's not going to work. I mean, the people who are on permanent trust fund vacations go to that hotel that's made out of ice. That's what you're talking about. Still real. How's it going, Lee? I've been able to bum around anybody's streams lately. A couple streams like late at night, but like, man, I've been busy. I've been working on this kind of stuff. Look at that. Look at that back plate. Beautiful. Oh wait, it's all my stuff is in the way. Behold my stuff. It's hard to see. I made it the right color, so. Waiting for the Doom Eternal RTS. Ooh, there's a Doom Eternal RTS update. I could never get into Doom Eternal. I played a little bit of it, but like, kind of dropped off for me. I've been wanting to play Valheim quite a bit, and also because I got my save file from a friend of mine, and then I'm also I would love to finish Mass Effect 1. I'm doing kind of like a tourism playthrough on Mass Effect 1. I'm just like, I remember this. Ah, this feels familiar. Like, what difficulty do I have it on? Probably one of the harder ones, but not like, I know it gets hard and then super hard, doesn't it? What are the Doom Eternal difficulty? I should probably turn it down to baby mode, to be honest. Difficulty levels, Too Young to Die, Hurt Me Plenty, Ultra Violence. I probably have it on Hurt Me Plenty, and I'm just that bad at it, to be honest. Put it on to second to hardest, I love it. I got stuck in a few places. I don't know if I should try again. It's that whole chess game that I need to get better at. Like, oh, there's this guy, I need to use this gun. Solar nightlight advice. Could I just make a solar panel charge a cheap power bank to have a large turn on some LED? Yeah, you could do that. You just buy a solar bank, buy a charge thing. Yeah, resource management. I gotta get better at that stuff. What was I doing? This, and then of course giving credit to Metronomic Live because as much as I love music and am involved in music, I'm not good at making it. I haven't really tried, maybe that's the problem. But I can just rely on. Is his speaking? Oh, that wasn't very loud. That's another problem. No, he's just very softly spoken. Okay. I thought they copyright muted Metronomic, and I was like, that's cold. And then I just skip the parts where he's talking because I am equally as cold and heartless. Yeah, I really liked Doom something or other. God damn it, what was the one before Eternal? Doom the Resurgence 2, Part 2, Doom Again, It's Happened Again, oh no. Which is the best sequel movie title, It Happened Again, meaning you're gonna get the exact same plot. Also, Where did that... Oh man, I don't know where it is now. I got these tiny, tiny fans, right? So check these out. Lou probably didn't... I don't know if you were around to see these, but... Oh, Wayne Johnson! I'll put you up on the board. Look at this fan. It's so tiny. In the data sheet for these fans, they actually drew a guy, like, handling the fan properly. And they showed this tiny little fan. But yeah, this little guy is gonna... This is gonna cool my processor. So I'm gonna put that there. I'm gonna give it 3 volts. And it'll keep this cool. It'll replace this Noctua. Oh god, it's gonna get lost in there. All right, let's put Wayne Johnson up on the board for 15 months. Thank you so much for the sub. I feel like I'm always burning Wayne Johnsons. I don't know. my memory is getting a little heat strokey here as we get into this heat wave. I don't have it as bad as out west though. Mr. Anderson? It's Mr. Anderson with 24 months. Wayne Johnson 15, Mr. Anderson 24. Thank you guys for subbing. Let's put you up on the board. Man, I got to do a cooling system refresh soon. That water's looking a little manky. Ew. All right. This tank of old tap water that I put in there. It's gonna be like that for the stream PC too. I got 2 of the radiators for the stream PC. I have to fiddle around with that at some point. The problem with the stream PC build is that thing's got to be ready to go like immediately. Like I have to have everything ready so that I can transfer the parts over in a day. I guess the music is super quiet. Wayne Johnson, welcome to the board.
What, 2 a.m. for you? Anyways, cool. Well, regardless.
By Michael Reeves's Butthole. And Flatulent Gonad. And Wild Wolf. All right, away we go. Looks like we're gonna park before burning Mr. Anderson. I could have waited a minute and then they both would have gone up at once.
Actually, I'm gonna let it play out a little bit. At some point, I don't know if it's gonna be on this one or not. I'm gonna hit reset. And we're gonna.
You guys probably hear Miss Metronome talking in the background.
Nice. It's actually not that cold outside, which is good.
The window's actually closed today because it's freaking like 100 degrees out there. Oh my god, solar radiation. Might have to turn the fan up too. I'm already sweating. All I did was clean a toilet today, and I'm already sweating.
Okay. Well, that's what it is. There's no recording.
3D printer's going on the same 3D print that I've been doing for 2 days, which is the I/O shield for the graphics card. 2 days. God. It's like you tweak it and then you print it and then 4 hours later you have the part and you're like, oh, I need to tweak it again. Is tap water okay to use? Yeah. But it might lead to, you know, it getting gross faster. That's all. You just have to kind of be on it. And, you know, I'm looking at that thing every day. So, Mr. Anderson, I swallow. Okay. All right. All right. These names are a little bad. Anyway, you're by that name. And Mongoose Cab. How many names are on there? We're probably pushing. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's look because I don't actually know. My guesses are no longer valid. Open up WinSCP. Log in to burn the subs. This is so quiet. I guess it's all right. You're overthinking it. It's not the goddamn space shuttle. You're overthinking it. Calcium in the water. And what about the additives and this and that and the other thing? You can get reverse osmosis water if you really feel like it. If you feel like you need pure water in your system, but it's not the space shuttle. You know, you're not. It's a water-cooled computer. It just needs liquid in it, right? You can use beans. It doesn't matter. Why am I not logging in to burn the subs? What's going on here? Cutting up. All right. How's that? Is that a little better? It could be that it's in a weird spot on my shirt. That might be the problem. What's going on here? Why can't I log in to burn the subs? Why you do this? I mean, I know it's working. Maybe the IP address changed. Let's see. We need to look at my router. And I need to look at the client list. I need to look for burn the subs on this massive list. I feel like I need to get a router just for the Tasmodus stuff. That's the right stuff. It's got the right stuff. I don't know why it can't log in. That's kind of obnoxious. Double check. Double check. Is something else trying to take 156? No, nothing else. Burn the subs. There it is. Try it again. I need to restart one of these things. Yeah, it's just not connecting. Water blocks neither fluoride. No, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't matter. Like, I've same logic applies to like BMW forums, right? BMW forums, they're treating their car like they're talking about like all of the tiny little oil additives and like the very specific formulation of the oil and how it's supposed to blah 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 blah. It's a mass-produced German car. Like, it doesn't need that level of scrutiny on the things in it. So with a water-cooled system, if you don't want weird stuff growing in it or to have floaties or whatever, yeah, go to the supermarket and get some reverse osmosis water, some whatever, you know, some very clean filtered water. Otherwise, tap water's fine. and the advice is not to have any mixed metals in there, because what happens is you get a half cell reaction, and then you promote rust, you promote ions moving from thing to thing. But other than that, I don't know, all these like additives that they sell and stuff like that, I don't know if it's worth it. What's up, Parzival? It's been a while, right? Oh no, if you know about Fusion 360, you might not want to watch. We're making bracket and mounts and computer stuff within my skill level of Fusion, so I don't want incredible backseating today. Let's just put it that way. I've got a couple little tasks. We'll start with a simple one and then move on to the back of the graphics card mount, and I need to catch everybody up on what's going on. I don't understand why WinSCP can't find burn the subs when I can find burn the subs just fine. Try again. No, I don't already have the designs. I just have an idea of the aesthetic. Maybe if I upgrade WinSCP, download the new version.
Okay, a couple things. I want to make a commentary. I feel like when I was doing this last year, I wasn't making commentary.
Run, yes, so run it as admin. Install, do the full upgrade, whatever. Holding me hostage.
I just had like a flashback to last year when I was doing this. I used to do sunrise sets pretty often.
Sure, import the sessions. I don't even know what this is. Alright, do it.
They started
Finish.
me. You can clear the building now. Oh. You're getting me started.
The sun's coming up. Yeah, so it is balmy around here right now. I've got the window closed, which means all the AC is gonna pool in the basement. Hopefully here, but I've got a big fan on me too. I'm not gonna restart the design because it's or restart the Raspberry Pi. Why would I do that? Did this upgrade or is it? Let's just run it again. I guess I'm just gonna get started because, yeah, started like a little early, so I'll start a little early instead of podcasting because we're not about podcasting here. I can't just hold a conversation like that for that long. Start soon goes away. We're back over to here. I can go to the face cam now, where I am disheveled and overheated because it is a heat wave everywhere at all once everywhere. I think the sun is plummeting into the planet, and that's probably our fate. So we're all gonna die, but we might as well make some cool parts until then in Fusion 360 and print them and print them out in plastic. Basically what I'm doing is creating parts for my gaming computer upgrade. So the gaming computer upgrade, I'm not actually upgrading anything. I'm just changing the case, the enclosure for everything. Because the way I did it before was a little bit haphazard, it was a little bit janky, but it worked for me for several years. More than several years. It's been kind of an icon amongst my friends, the design of the case. And what I did is I used steel speaker grill that you can get on like Amazon and eBay. I used steel speaker grill and Makerbeam, and what that did is it allowed me to have these troughs on the perimeter of the case that would hold on to the grating. Now, I have decided that I don't want circles anymore. I don't want circles anymore on it. You see, this whole thing came about when originally I was supposed to go to a LAN party last weekend, and I decided it was about time to quiet down the old power supply. My power supply is a very specialty power supply. It's a couple DC to DC and AC to DC modules that create 52 amps of 12 volts. And then I turn that into all the other voltages for the computer in order so that it can run. In order to cool that, because they're not 80% efficiency, I think they're well above that. They're very efficient modules, but they're not 100% efficient. That doesn't exist. So what they do is they dump all of that extra energy into heat. And so this is the old heatsink, the one that I made in before 2011. It might have been around 2011 that I made this. And I put into it a Dell fan, and my friend got his rotary table in order to machine out the hole for the fan, drilled and tapped all the holes, put the fan in here. Originally, it was a 5-volt fan. It was running off of a little voltage regulator on the main PCB for the power supply. Then I replaced the fan because the bearings, the little impregnated oil brass sleeve bearings in these fans go bad, and it eventually went bad. And so I replaced it, and it was a 12-volt fan from another Dell laptop. I was like, all right, well, I had to modify the board in order to run the fan at 12 volts, which is easy because you've got billions of amps of 12 volts ready to go, right? So that worked for a little while until, again, the oil-impregnated bearing went bad. And so I had to replace it again. And so, hoop-de-whoop-de-poop, I went out and I bought another Dell fan and put it in. I didn't realize that the fan was, in fact, a 5-volt fan. So I was running 12 volts to a 5-volt fan, and it worked. But man, was it loud. This thing is not built for noise. These are straight cut fins that push air outwards. So this thing sounded like a vacuum cleaner, much to the annoyance of my friends at LAN parties. They got really, really annoyed at the thing sounding like a vacuum cleaner. Even in games that didn't stress out the power supply, this would heat up for a brief amount of time while the computer got used to what it was running, and then things would kind of taper down. That initial heat load will turn the fan on really, really strongly, and then eventually convection will kind of play out, and this thing will settle on a rate that's less than full speed. From what I understand of the software, and I don't think I have it anymore, the ATtiny85 is polling these digital temperature sensors, and it's looking for, you know, a readout on the temperature. They work about once every second, is my understanding. And if they get a bad value, they'll junk it. And what they do is they add and subtract from a variable that has set points. So there's a little hysteresis in there. There's a little, whatever that logic thing is called. Anyway, fuzzy logic to it in order to make it spool up, spool down, or even turn off if it's not needed. That works just fine, and I'm not going to alter it. But I need to replace the fan. So what I did is I bought another heatsink. And this is a project that's been going on for a long time because I didn't expect to do it. I thought I'd be able to get a new graphics card. Remember those graphics cards? Thought I'd be able to get a new graphics card by now, so I kind of abandoned the project. But here it is, almost to fruition. All of the stuff is laid out. None of it is attached yet. but I'm starting to design parts for this thing. So it's going to take on just about the same form as it did previously, only I am using clear anodization and then black grading over top of it, because that's a cool look. Instead of one big Dell fan, I've got a lot of Noctuas. And then, instead of a grating as the back plate, I've got a sheet of carbon fiber, which, to be fair, is barely visible. So I'm kind of wondering about my life choices on that one. I have a single solid-state hard drive for the OS, and then attached to the bottom of the board is an M.2 game storage drive, which is going to be sandwiched between carbon fiber and the backplate. I can't really do much about that. I don't know about passive airflow. I could always try to... I mean, this is going to be open grating over here, and then on top it's open grating. So presumably, natural convection should probably be good enough for it. If not, I can always design a side panel that has just a little extra fan, just something else to throw some air at it. We know the carbon fiber's there, and that's all that matters. Yeah. So the original scheme for the PC and the scheme for this PC is that I lay the graphics card down, and what I bought is a very expensive PCIe 16X riser cable that are all the rage. Maybe they're not. I don't know. But this one comes from DigiKey, so it's like really expensive. In order to mount the graphics card and power both, I needed to design my own back panel for this thing. Need to design my own back panel for this thing. And I have been tweaking and tuning this frickin' thing for the past 2 days. I added little hexagonal vents. This thing is made out of PETG, so it's really, really strong, actually. And it's being supported by all the metal frame rails, which are also very strong. So that should keep it in for all the plugging and unplugging that I have to do. Because the heatsink is taking up a little bit more room, everything is starting to get really, really cramped in here. Now, the cable is thin, so these two can practically be on top of each other, and I can probably make this work. I just need to be careful. The AC plug doesn't get a switch. That's just how it's... I've been running this computer for a couple of years now. It's fine. Man, can't get anything by you guys. I just recently finished creating this cover, which this is where the power plugs in for the graphics card. Now, graphics cards take a lot of 18 gauge wires in order to carry current to them. Instead of that, I have high temperature, high flexibility silicon hobby RC car wire coming into it at a lower gauge, meaning they're larger wires, so I have fewer of them running into the graphics card. I still may need to replace the wires, though, because that doesn't quite reach. I'm probably going to have to extend it a little bit. Also, the temptation is to drill a hole in this and then run all the wires underneath this plate so that everything just looks kind of like it's laid out right now, not interfering with each other. I'm not going to do that now. I'll evaluate whether or not I want to when we get this thing running. I think that's where we need to be with all this. The top piece, I think I don't want to do this anymore. This is kind of rattly with the cage being held in there. I kind of want to do something very similar to how we mounted the bottom plate, but I don't want circles anymore. I want less stuff sitting up here. So what I did, and those of you who are familiar with the show, we've looked at this before, I spent a lot of money on a car grill. Not a normal car grill, it's a steel mesh that's hexagonal. So I have enough. I have a large piece of that coming that I can cut out this shape, and then I'll have to come up with some kind of a bracket that holds it level with the top. The only problem is, like, if you go to move the computer, if all these panels are flush, there's nothing to really grip. You know, moving this computer was easy because you could grip this little 3 millimeter outer part of the rail like that. So that's just going to be something weird about it. But it'll be hexagonal and it'll be less intrusive and it'll look good. So that's what I did there. I was tempted to get the silver colored hex grid because I don't know, it would match that color, but then it would emphasize the stuff inside. But I'm not gonna do that. I got the black. It's gloss black, which makes me kind of want to repaint it. But yeah, so that's what the grading is going to be, and I'm still waiting for that to come in the mail. Who calls me in the middle of the beginning of my stream? Honestly. Oh, look, it's a Delaware exchange. Yeah, it's going to be a warranty, right? Hello? Oh my God, dealer services. Oh, my file came across her desk. Oh my God, my vehicle coverage. Oh no, my extended warrant. Fuck these fucking calls. I get calls from like doctors and stuff, so I actually do have to pick these up. Fucking hate it, man. Hello, your files recently come across our desk. Your vehicle's extended warranty might be... Anyway, I know I need I do have a second carbon fiber panel to sandwich all the wires. I wouldn't go that far. I'd probably have to bundle them very close to the, like with tape and stuff. So the underside of the PC would be an absolute wasteland. So anyway, in order to mount all this stuff in the new scheme, things are a little closer together than I'm used to. I think it's mostly that this moved over. See, I've got a different heatsink on this, on the power supply, and I'm hoping that can help dissipate a little bit more heat. So it's got way more surface area than the previous one, and I've machined out all the connections to it and made nice little bracket standoffs for it and everything. Everything's nice, right? Everything's a little bit professional. These panels here, the ones that hold the fans, they fit a little too close to the heatsink. I think what I can possibly do is when I get that hexagonal grid, instead of having this just be, because this, by the way, I don't have these files anymore, but I had these in Fusion 360 and they were absolutely disastrous. They totally destroyed my computer when I tried to load all of these individual shapes. I think I did a repeat like pattern across this thing in order to create the grid. It's strong. Like I can push it in a little bit and I can barely touch the fan hub with it. But since it's PETG, it's actually pretty nice. But it's so close to everything that I can't fit the connector over here. Like that, this doesn't really fit into the case anymore. So I think what I need to do is design a panel that's got a lip around it. And when that grating comes, I need to figure out how I can mount the grating and the fans, possibly just using whatever 3D print structure I can, like little nubs coming out of it maybe. But that's this part. So that's something that I've got to consider when I get the grating in from the mail. The other thing that I have to do and what we're going to work on today are basically two facets of the project. So I have, well actually before I get into that, another one of the pipe dreams is I've got this setup right here. This is two Nixie number tubes on a perforated prototyping board with two of the Russian high voltage FET, what is it? It's like BCD to Nixie tube or something like that. No, it's not binary coded decimal. I think it's just binary to, well, whatever. It's like you have 4 pins that go into this thing and you can count from 0 to 9 on it. So I've got those, I've got a high voltage power supply, and then I've got an Arduino. So I think what I could do, and this is a pipe dream, this is not something that I'm gonna work on right now, but I could, first of all, get this thing all wired up, which is a major pain in the ass. That's a lot of pins. Get all this thing wired up, and then maybe I can reincorporate the current monitor on the main power supply and use that output. I'd have to figure out how I'm gonna put a connector on there. Use that output and run it to this, and then I have this thing telling me what the current is. My Aegis, nice PC, but I want to be burned. Let's stop everything and burn my Aegis. So anyway, that's that. I'll get into what we're going to work on today once we burn my Aegis to the board. Oops. There we go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's, oh, there it goes. I don't know why I can't log into that bastard. I don't know what's wrong with it. I wanted to see how many names are on the board, but I guess I just can't. So yeah, for the past 2 days, I've been playing babysitter to the 3D printer, which is printing out another one of those back panels. And then I have been figuring out what I want to do with the design of this PC. And I think I've got it all set. We just need to do the work. We got a couple brackets that we need to make, and I'll go over what I want to do with them in just a second here. "13 months, that's almost a year." Wait a minute. Don't just ask people's ages in chat. What are you doing? All right. Okay, so, that's the idea. We got a lot of work to do. The things that I want to work on are as follows. The things I want to work on are the front bracket for the graphics card. Now, the front bracket for the graphics card, I want to resemble this as much as I can. So leaving either a split where I can drop in a piece of that grating, or just trying to like incorporate the grating somehow into the design. Whether, hey, it's not going to be functional. I mean, it's not functional on this either. It's just there to break up the look of things. So it's not just a big block of purple. It's purple and black. It looks kind of cool. Although these inconsistencies in the size of the windows is a little weird. But what I did on this one is I actually put a piece of my old cell phone screen behind it. So this right here is part of the lenticular optics for the cell phone, and what it does really, really well is take light from one place to the side and translate it over. No, they're not the same length, but I can't worry about stuff like that. Honestly, I just, like, it's just too much. I just need to get it done, you know? So, you know, if I really want to come back and like revisit that, I'm not going to, but you can see here that the image that you're seeing through here is translated upwards, actually downwards, translated downwards, because it's meant to have a light at one end translated over. So what I did is I took a piece of that and I put it in here so that if I want to in the future, there's a little bit of space here. I would like to put an orange LED on this that's shining sideways, so you get kind of a weird orange glow from behind the grating. The only problem with doing that, and maybe this is where I'll revisit this and narrow these down so that they actually fit, but if I have an LED going on this, the top grating is not going to light up. It's only going to be the side grating. Tiny Larson scanner. If what I would have loved to find is those candle LEDs, the ones that flicker and kind of look like a candlelight. Maybe I'll put an AT-Tiny 25, which is the 6-pin one, the SOT23 AT-Tiny. Put that in there somehow. I need a voltage regulator. God, it's too much. No, it's too much. There's not that much room in here. But yeah, anyway, this is where the power plugs into the graphics, and I think it's a good look. If I really, really wanted to, if I was going to do the thing where I drop all the cables down to the bottom, I could have put another window on this side and then had the wires come out the bottom, which would mean it's going to be absolute hell on earth in order to install the graphics card, but it would still be pretty cool to have that in a purposeful build. You could build like towers that would go up and take the wiring up to the stuff. I'm not going to do that. But what I do need something in order to hold on to the back of the graphics card. Now, I'm thinking maybe it might have two prongs that hold the top down, because remember, I'm going to be traveling with this thing. So if I go from place to place and I stuff this in my car and I go over a bump, I don't want the graphics card to be able to move like this. It's not that big of a deal if it does, but we can prevent it. So I'm going to have a 2mm bottom plate that'll probably come up into this thing a little bit, and then one or two pawls that comes up and grips this. Now, this part lights up, and so do these. So I want to respect that. So I think maybe what I need is just two things that come out and just hit this. And of course it'll be purple. And of course it'll have pieces of this grating on it, because it has to look consistent. Now, the back panel I've been working on for way too long. The reason behind the back panel is that I can't fit the power plug otherwise. Where did the back plate go? What did I do with that? Where did that piece of metal go? Oh, there it is. So EVGA gave it this back plate, and this back plate used to fit in the system somehow with the power connector already. I think the thing is that this heatsink didn't come all the way to the back, and so I had a little space right here where I could put the power plug, and then I could also mount this to the side of it. right? But that's no longer the case. So what I'm doing is I'm making a piece out of PETG. And I know somebody in chat, because there's always the actualies that think that somehow this computer is going to burst into flames and they're the only person that's bothered to consider some of these corner cases of stuff that might go wrong. Bother, this case is going to explode. Or I actually had somebody come in here and comment on how much soy there was in the stream, which is like, I don't know, there's a fundamental misunderstanding about what the estrogens in soy are, because they're not the type of estrogens that react with your body. They're not human estrogen. They just happen to share the name because that's how science names stuff. And so if you eat that soy, first of all, if I literally just eat estrogen, it's not going to change the makeup of my body because I have stomach acid. People are so fucking dumb. They're so dumb, and they want to use stupid internet lingo. Anyway, that is a side rant. But anyway, I had people come in here and say that this computer is going to fail horribly and it's going to overheat and die. So whatever. They're right and I'm wrong because I've run this computer for several years in similar conditions and blah. Anyway, I'm printing this in PETG, and the glass point of PETG is like 80 degrees Celsius. This is not really going to reach that. The internal core temperatures reach about that. Maybe 85 sometimes. And I've had a hardware monitor on this thing on the Stream Deck for quite a long time. So the temperature in the back panel, not getting close to that. Would this case fit in a 2.5 slot card, or is that the max? I'm not sure. The thing about rack mounting a case like this, I think people don't really understand. Like, actually, a lot of people don't understand. It's actually quite a common misunderstanding with this thing, is that, like, this thing is too small, it will overheat, is one. The second one is, can you fit it into this restricted space? No, I can't put it in a restricted space because it needs to have a grating on the top, a grating on the front, and a grating on the side. Because I've already compromised the right side here for the power supply. That's going to be puking out as much hot air as it can. And then the bottom is no longer a grating. And the back is not much of a grating either anymore. So I need the big grating on the top, the big grating on the front, the big grating on the sides to be unobstructed for this thing to work as best it can. Because it's supposed to be taking in cool air from the outside world, not cycling it into an enclosure. Oh, for 2.5 slot video card. Oh, I mean, probably, yeah. I don't know. I literally built this thing. I literally built this thing for this specific system. If I go 2.5 slot, it means I need to redesign the side panels, and then I bump this up a little bit, right? The future PC is definitely going to go in a different case of similar design. You know, it's just going to bring the concepts over. This is like loose. What's going on here? Hold on, I got to tighten this up. So I need brackets for all that stuff. But before we even get to that, and as much as I would like to complete the video card stuff right now, this is all I've been working on all during the whole weekend. My friends called me at one point trying to get me to go over there to like drink beers at their house, and I'm like, man, I gotta work. Because I don't even have a gaming PC, all right? This means I'm cut off from, like, my email and, like, everything. So, F360 revoked your license. Which license did you have? Laser! Island Jer, thank you for the 7-month resub. Why'd they revoke your license? This seems weird. Whoa! It's, like, right up in the upper right corner. Ah! Oh, God, Island Jer, you're a little collidey. I think F360 put you in this spot where you're destroying people. Free one for personal use under 100K. Why? How? How do they tell you why or how? That seems ridiculous. Free use under 100K. Like, what do they think you're doing? How do they even find out? They look at your taxes or something? It's ridiculous. I'm not allowed to do that. What do you mean shush? Okay, so it was legitimate? I don't know. All right, anyway, yeah, this back panel has been the bane of my existence for a couple days now. I think finally I've come to the final design on this thing. There was a lot of tweaking in terms of moving things right and left on this, and to be honest, I probably should have made all of these back panel components one drawing that was based on the side of the thing, but instead some of the parts are actually based on a 3D model that we got from the internet, which is actually really accurate. It just didn't have the DVI plug that I have to cater to. I think the DVI plug is one of the major structural components to keep the card from sagging, because it is made out of pure metal. It's like the most robust DVI port I've ever seen in my entire life. So the back panel, it still has ventilation, not as much, but we're not using metal. What I could have done in Fusion, and I think I should have done, is on a drawing, I should have had a line on this surface coming up to a certain point, and then I could have based this piece right here, the center of the bottom of this part, on that line, and just assign it a number and then tweak the number until I got it right. This is weird. This is awkward. Okay. So that drawing projects its geometries onto this, and then it gets a 0.2 millimeter offset. It turns out that those plugs, they're a little low. Like, the screws are in just the right spot, but the plug openings themselves are a little low. I wish I could tweak them upwards. I mean, I guess I could do a push-pull operation on the tops here. I should have remembered to do that. I should have done a 0.2 millimeter push-pull that way, that way, and then it would have extended the slots. They fit. They're fine. There's just a bit more of a gap on the bottom of them right now. I think they just recently expired the old free licenses. You need to go claim the new one. The 3-month free. What does it cost to... How much does it cost again? It's like $300 a year to run the software. It's not unreasonable considering how much Photoshop is and the capabilities of this program. But I don't know. I just hope I can keep my teacher license, because this is what I'm doing right here. I'm teaching. I even changed my profile picture. Look. Oh, I can't make the window smaller. Look, it's the money emote. It's the cash emote. Anyway, so we're tweaking and tuning, and while I'm doing that, I have 4-hour breaks between this thing printing, and I've had to clean the entire print bed and put glue down in order to get this to print nicely. $347 a year on sale. $495 is $500 a year. Jeez. I mean, I guess I make more than $500 a year. It's still pretty rough, right? If I really needed to, but I like to keep the educational facet of this program, or of this stream, right? I mean, it helps them promote their products. I don't know. Technically, I'm in the wrong. I must have washed my glasses with a burger patty. My taxes are even more confusing. I call my business Engineering Entertainment. James Keverin, thank you for subbing with Prime. Absolutely nothing is going to happen. At all. Nothing. Except for the board. Bonk. Let's put you up on the board. Yeah, EE squared. James Keverin, what did you do? Did you hack Twitch? You definitely hacked Twitch. You're a filthy, awful hacker. What is wrong? Okay, it went on the board. You're fine. Ow! Ow! That really hurt. That was the camera letting go and then smashing into my fingers for being an asshat. Yeah, on my taxes, it's like, what do you do? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what I do. I don't know. Stop asking weird questions. Same thing with, like, family events. Oh, what are you doing these days? I don't know. James Keverin, welcome to the board. Thank you so much for subbing. You're right by Woodus43. And Chattington. I've been learning OpenSCAD. Fusion's lack of helix command is annoying. Lack of helix command. Man, I don't use helixes enough to recommend, but I know there are ways to do coils and stuff like that. Yeah, internet entertainer. Pray E3 doesn't find out. Yeah, right. Yeah, what do you do? I burn like filthy names onto a wooden plank in my office, and somehow that gets me money. I'm a puppet for angry and abusing man children. That's a big sigh out of that one. All right. Yeah. Anyway, where did the tiny fan go? I want to get that out of the way. It's all the way over here. I love these tiny fans. By the way, thermals have been on since I plugged them in like 6 days ago, and they're still consistent. So, I mean, that's pretty clear. It's not as good as I think it would be with a fan, but I'm not tempted to put the fan in yet. I've got all the parts to do it on the side, but I'm not gonna go through the engineering yet. I'm applying things that I learned from the thermal enclosure in order to bring a little sense of like style and design into this thing. Now, here's the deal. Here's what I've been trying to explain all day for the past 49 minutes. This power supply is a very special little animal. Oh yeah, by the way, this concerns me. This concerns me greatly. So there's 300 volts DC and 120 volts that are separated on the PCB properly, right? 120 volts coming into here. 300 volts DC across these caps. Positive and negative. It's part of what you need in order to run a remote capacitor brick on this supply. And we'll get to the remote capacitor brick in a second. Right next to it is the shielded pairs of PCIe. The shielded pairs of PCIe. The 3M cable is extremely good. Like, this is like an instruction set or something like that. That's the like lower stuff. And then the high speed stuff is in these twisted pair shielded like cable things that they then have a nice clear epoxy on in order to protect them from flexing. Beautiful design on this cable. It was like $100. I'm not happy about the price, but it's definitely worth it because the ones you get from China are wrapped in foil, and they are all cables like this thing, and they're not shielded. Or sorry, they're not strain relieved on the ends. So they break very easily. It's really bad. But so anyway, we have a lot of voltage sitting right here. I think what I want to do is create a 1 millimeter thick PETG shroud and drop it, just basically like drop it in right here, just as an extra little protection thing. Because I really don't want to make that bend radius too hard. But I don't have any space. I don't have any space here. Because with that butted right up against there, power input there, that's a note to myself to say that I tweaked it. Over here, we're right up against the PCIe slot. So that I'll have to make that cable work. That's fine. I haven't drilled the holes for it yet. And over here, we're actually over the line a little bit. So it's going to be kind of challenging to plug USB into this thing. That's what I mean. That's essentially, yeah, those little sheets of transparent plastic that are just there as like an extra insulator. I could make like a little hood that would go over just like this area to this area over here. Unfortunately, I can't take advantage of the little spacers on this thing and like attach it. I mean, I guess I could. If I want to remove the graphics card, it's going to be an absolute pain in the neck because it's totally restricted here. So I need to be able to lift it, tilt it, and then lift the rest out. What, attach something to the PSU? I've wanted to put something over the PSU, but I figure it probably needs all that extra cooling because it gets quite warm over here. Not incredibly, but I mean, it is puking out quite a bit of BTUs. Now I have a noise filtering power input that goes there. I'm still printing out because I got the dimensions wrong like 3 times, but I'm still printing out something. So the power connectors might be a little too close. If that ends up being too close, then I'll capitulate and I'll use the one that I've been using for a while, which I bought new ones. I bought new ones that don't have that cut. But I would like to have that input filtering just so that things don't get weird. Might need to bop it and twist it. I don't want to have a right angle bend right after this thing. But I could probably find and print, like, I could make something that is standoffs and a little purple hood for this whole thing. So I could make something that, like, provides that dam. It's gonna be so annoying when I have to, like, clean it or change the graphics card or anything like that. But yeah, that's gonna go there, and then everything's gonna hopefully look like this stuff. And then I've got hexagonal grid panels on the way. I ordered them last night. In addition to all of that, now, like I mentioned, you know, I wouldn't need to have these big Panasonic capacitors there if this unit had big capacitors attached to it, right? Well, those capacitors, and I don't, oh yeah, there's one here. I'll show you guys. So I wish I had a PCB for this, but I'm not gonna undo the rubber because I think the rubber's a good touch here. But no filters, no shields, let her scream. I don't want to listen. I don't want to spark across that because it would break more than $1,000 worth of stuff. Like a one-off, one-of-a-kind labor of love power supply, where I'd need to evaluate whether or not the units themselves have broken from the high voltage. These things are like super good, but like if one thing goes wrong, you can accidentally put 300 volts DC into like a low voltage portion of it, and it'll break. I should know I have enough dead units in order to make a dummy supply. So having these caps over here means that I can have a cable, and I forget what the length of that cable is because I'm hoping that I can extend it a little bit. I have a cable that runs over to this odd, like wishy-washy purple silicon rubber brick. Inside of this are these. These are the capacitors that are required. 1,500 microfarads at 200 volts. 200 WV? 200 watt volt? I don't know what that means. Anyway, it has these in them. Now, Vicor suggests you probably should have larger ones, but these are like the smallest. Yeah, these are good ones. Niche icon. There we go. Anyway, these are the ones that are in this. In addition to these, first message, bye. Okay. So these are on a perforated prototyping board. They've got tracks of desolder braid in order to connect them to one another. They all have these MOVs, these metal oxide varistors on them, and a discharge resistor. Wrong chat. Okay. It's like, first message is bye. I'm like, what? Okay, see ya. So anyway, that's what's under the hood here. That's what's under all this crap. But what I want to do is I want to make this look more like this. And so that's what we're going to work on. Now, I've already been through an iteration of this. And yeah, I'm really worried about being able to like power this thing properly. I mean, I guess I could try to put the brick like here, but that's just not. I've got all this space to the left here, all this space right here. So what I'm going to do is this is going to go on its side in this part right here. And I could probably move it back a bit if my ambitions bring me to eventually finish this circuit. If I finish this circuit, then I've got to move this thing significantly. It's got to be like here. And the drive doesn't fit. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of considerations to make on this thing here. I think maybe I'm not going to plan for the Nixie tube thing. As I really like. Here's the problem. I really like this. I really like this thing. And I would love to have some kind of a Nixie display in the case. But it's really starting to cramp things. Not like I don't have space. It's just I want everything to look neat, you know? You know? So, like, plus this thing is going to be a pain in the neck to wire. But it would really bring kind of like a unique thing to this computer case. And then I'd have on the second switch that I have, because I got two switches for this thing, right? One of them acts as a hard drive action indicator right now. So one is hard drive action, the other's power. And so that's just literally just a power button, right? And I actually went into these and I replaced the LEDs with orange ones. So this has an orange LED for that ring that indicates hard drive activity. It's also a push button switch. So I could have this turn on this, and then this would display current. And if I really felt like it, I could replace the modules with symbol modules, and then it would do like an alien display. It would be pretty cool to have. Pretty cool to have. So do I plan on it? Do I plan on putting this thing in eventually? It's going to be like months before I could even do any. Like this'll take me a little while to wire together, and then we need like I can hook this up to serial, and we can monitor what the current sensor looks like. That's not even installed on that board, but I can put one in, and then we can monitor current, and then I can have this thing belch it out. Wiring this is going to be a major pain in the ass because there's like no space. Not a tub, bro. Bro. All right, so I am going to continue to think about doing that. The reason that I'm thinking about that right now is because I've got to figure out where this thing is going, and this thing is just like it's like a boat anchor. I need it, but it's a ridiculously wasteful. It's ridiculously wasteful in terms of space. In previous iterations of the case, you couldn't really see into the case as much, and this thing was like it would be like wedged between components. It was basically like right there, right? It was right up in the front of the case, which is not a good place to put it. SSD is too tall to stand up, and it's annoying how little space these things take up. Bolt this to the underside of the case. No. It is kind of obnoxious. Could I do it under the case? Put this under the case. I don't think it'll fit though. Everything's gonna slide if I do that. No, that would actually work. It would work. It would just stick out a little bit. It wouldn't stick out that much. Hold on. That's actually even. Love your work. Why aren't you using SFX PSU? I built this before the SFX PSUs were around. I need to look those up. 100 bits? Thank you for the 100 bits. I could put the SSD underneath, and that would save me a lot of space. What do those SFX PSUs look like? Because like I've had people come to me and say, "Hey, can you build me one of your power supplies?" Or like, "Hey, I want to build one of those cool power supplies for my next build, my next computer build." And I'm like, "Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it." Yeah, I mean, this would change the design almost entirely. I mean, the power supply is something that I personally built. But I don't know how long have these been around. I don't think these were as readily available in the power levels that I needed back in the day, which is why I made my own. But if you were looking to build a tiny PC, these would be a great way to do it, because then you don't have to worry about all the bullshit. Although having a custom power supply means I can have custom power wires, which makes things a lot easier on me. The SSD fits under the bottom. It could be a future revision. Well, I wanted to make like a bracket for the SSD, but if I can put that under the case, like in the middle or whatever, and keep the wires clean, I think I'd want to do that. Because then this entire area over here is open. So I was going to put the SSD here and then figure out where the brick goes, but I'm going to have power wires coming out into here. So these need to be here because it's the only place for them. I mean, I guess I could probably wedge them in all the way over here too. That could also work, but that's going to get in the way of the main power wiring. So if I put these all the way over to the side over here, then I can have this in the center-ish. Well, not center. This like, it could just be here. And then I can store this thing either on its side or standing up in this area. maybe standing up. I have the power cable all the way on the bottom, which is actually kind of convenient considering what I'm going to be doing. Like that. What do you think about that? I kind of like that. The temptation is, of course, to drop all the cables below the platen, but we're not going to do that yet. I will then need like a hole where I can run the SSD wires. So let me get everything back into position here. Let's consider this. Consider this. Do 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 do. Playing the ground. So I'm gonna have to rewire all of these in order to be the appropriate lengths. Boy, it'd be fun if I could clip these wires to stuff and have them just suspended in front of the graphics card. Server PSUs sing the song of their people. They're not stealthy. Yeah, that's a concern, isn't it? Like if I held the wires in like a bracket, so they were like, I don't know about doing that. I won't do that yet. Maybe I'll just consider it. But yeah, there would be a bunch of wires coming up in front of the graphics card and around the bend in order to get to the power supply. And then I would have purple block on this. The exposed circuit board aesthetic is fine for this because I'll have to wire it up and it'll be this whole mess. This I can't twist to fit in a little better. And that my one concern with this is that it's too far away from the power supply. But I think it'll be effective if I'm only giving it like this much extra wire. I hope that's okay. One of the things that also concerns me, is that I found a scorch mark. Oh no. And I'm hoping this is from when the other part of the power supply burnt. Because if these things are going to be required to push that much more current, that concerns me quite a bit. I don't know where that came from. This power supply has been working for me for quite some time. So I can't say I'm convinced that, maybe it was during a thunderstorm or something, but either way, I gotta watch out. Gotta watch out. So anyway, what I want to do today is I want to come up with something to cover over this that's going to have basically 4 pylons that drops down. So I'm going to put this cable down here like this. So we'll have this at the bottom of it. And then we'll have basically what I'm thinking in order to 3D print it properly is I'll have like a gantry that just basically drops down on top of that. And then the open parts of the gantry, I'll put these gratings in there. And then I can use like UV epoxy to hold them in place. I mean, the ones at the bottom can just be wedged against the bottom of the board, but I have this is a silicon rubber block. And the reason I did this was because I basically threw this into the PC case, the previous version of the PC case, and it was like bouncing around on everything. I wanted to make sure that I didn't get a nasty 300 volt DC spark. What that is a capacitor block, and it's got these puppies in there. It's got 2 of these guys in there, 2 metal oxide varistors, and a bleed resistor. Why is everything so washed out right now? The camera's like auto-correcting its brightness because everything is black plastic inside of this. So anyway, yeah, I want to have this block with these 2 puppies in there, and I want to have a cover over it. Now, I could cut away all the silicon, and then I could have this thing like be held like the PCB is on this thing, but I've already done the work to pot this. I made a little case out of balsa wood, and then I filled this with the disgusting 2-part silicon rubber mold stuff. Did this all on my desk back when I lived in Virginia. But anyway, instead of peeling all the stuff away, because man, I destroyed my hands peeling the stuff away from this thing. I'm just going to cover over this. We're just going to sweep it under the carpet and pretend it doesn't exist, and it'll be nice and safe. And it'll look like the rest of the computer. So liquid silicon's awful stuff. At one point, I wanted to redo the headlights on my car, my old car, the projector headlights. And so I wanted to take a mold of one of the projector headlight replacements that I bought. And so I bought the silicon rubber that I used here. And then I also bought a 2-part foam because I was going to drop the thing into the foam and then get it out of there in order to, well, it turns out the foam I bought, you could hit it with a sledgehammer and it would not break. I don't know what the fuck foam I bought, but it wasn't so much foam as it was a way to permanently, like, oh God, it was so bad. It was the most like robust foam. You couldn't push it with your finger. You could machine it. It was machinable foam. It was practically aluminum foam, but instead it was made out of epoxy. Absolutely awry. I hated that stuff. I don't remember if I did anything with it or not. Man, it was obnoxious to work with. So yeah, I guess I'm not going to attach this one. This one is the height test to try to get it the same height as the side blocks. Here's a side block. If this is taller, I'm going to be eating crow. No, it's close. I might need to tweak it again, which is really going to piss me off. But yeah, this is to get the height right, because it needs to be tweaked. It needs to be a little shorter so that I can actually put the bar on top of this thing and it doesn't look terrible. And then I've been widening this in order to accommodate the filtering power supply that I still might not be able to use. There might not be space for it. I might not have room for this whole thing. But this would be a little bit of an upgrade in that it can filter out some of the weird transients. Bruiser, thank you for following. Don't those metal clips on the graphics card look like cable holders? It's calling to you. Metal clips on the graphics card. You mean like these? What I want to do is make something that looks like these two for the front of the graphics card. Basically something that just does this. And so it'll have like a plate on the bottom and then two little pawls on the top. And then the graphics card will just sit on that. And then maybe I could do, I don't think I should, but I could do clips for the cables on the front. I could do clips for the cables on the front, and then it'll hold these sort of in suspension in front of the thing. I mean, that would look cool, but it would be a lot of extra work. So I kind of want to choose my battles. How much space do we have? Okay, so I'm going to be putting like 2 millimeters onto each dimension of this block. So that's going to sit here with the cable going out this way. That's going to sit here. And I'll have this thing basically right there, and then the two buttons there, and then this will be all grating. So there'll be one post here, one post here, whatever's holding this thing up, I don't know what yet, and then I think a small carbon fiber plate over here to hold the buttons. So I'll put the buttons on this. That'll look pretty good. And then Nixie tube, grating. So that'll all be open. We'll keep the wires organized there. They make their turn right there. Yeah, all right. This is so much. See, the reason that this is ballooning into much more of a project is A, I now know how to make stuff. Make stuff and 3D print it so that it looks cool. So I'm gonna do that. And B, somebody canceled on the LAN party, and so it didn't happen. And so I've been without my gaming computer since, what was it? Tuesday, Thursday? Anyway, I did a couple 12-hour plus streams. Yeah, and C, because I can. It's my computer. I'll do what I want. Dewey almost linked me to a feasible 30 or 6900 XT, and I'm gonna pretend I never saw it. Weird question, but do you ever have problems with 3D printers, like bad parts? And does the printer gather telemetry for the runs? No. I mean, there might be a log file, but the weird parts that sometimes stuff happens. I mean, it's something in meat space that has to move around and deposit a little thread of PETG. So sometimes boogers get caught and they get dragged around, and you get aberrations in the print, and just weird stuff happens. It's a lot more clunky than you would think it is. You can get it up to a point, though, where it's almost just, you hit Control P and it just prints. And like the temperature difference between these runs here made this plastic look different from this plastic. It's just something that happens, and I'm just rolling with the aesthetic, basically. I'm okay with it looking a little weird. So yeah, anyway, I've got a new one of these printing that'll be done in like many hours, and then we need to do something to mask this thing off. So we will take this from, I guess, probably from this surface here and project a lid and then 4 legs and then some kind of a hole so that I can screw it in from below and this thing will get held in place. And the fact that we have so much space to work with is kind of a little criminal in this area. You know, it's like, look at all this space. This is ridiculous. I'm going to be so tempted to build a circuit board for this. Yeah, and I think that's what we'll work on today. That'll do. I think that'll do well. I could treat this like a Factorio, or no, Satisfactory, and make little stands that hold these wires up like they're conveyor belts. I'd be super interested to learn about which printers in hobby space would have some telemetry. I mean, there is. I mean, it depends on what you mean by telemetry. Depends on what you mean by telemetry. Because like right now, I can go to Octoprint and see the temperatures and the total percentage and stuff like that. This is a Raspberry Pi that basically manages the print, and it's getting all kinds of data from the serial port in order to run the print. Now I don't have like special logs and stuff like that. I mean, you can do that if you really want to get completely inundated with information. I think it's so much information that you just don't need to worry about it. Okay, so in order to make something around the capacitor brick, I have modeled the capacitor brick. Wow, so amazing. Now there's some stuff that isn't communicated from the model that's going to need tweaking. So like this is literally just a plug that I found. Yeah, it doesn't have the lumps. That's again, yeah. Yep. Purple Space Princess. It doesn't have Lumpy Space Princess, sorry, LSP. It doesn't have the lumps, and it doesn't have the weird inconsistencies. Connecting to chat. Welcome to the chat room. Thanks, Twitch. Appreciate it. Really love you. Back to the 3D. Yeah, time for another 6 months of 3D scanning and all the trials and tribulations involved. No. No. We don't need an amazing 3D model of this. I just need it to fit inside of the enclosure, because whatever enclosure is going to be printed, it's going to look a lot neater than my modeling clay project. It looks like modeling clay. But yeah, so anyway, I modeled kind of the extremes on this. So we're going to put something around this that's going to look good. And then I guess from there, you know, we'll just roll with it. So I guess I'm not going to flip it over. We'll just the plane is going to really annoy me while we're working with this. If I can flip this 360 in order to put the center of this on the ground over here, I guess I could do that. All right, so let's do a move, and then I'll rotate it, and then oh, it's still in bodies. Components, it always snaps to components. It's really annoying. And I will rotate it on, well, it doesn't really matter what axis, but if I choose this, it's gonna, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. 180 degrees. And then move it again. Components, always goes to body. And then we'll go point to point. And I want to move this point to origin. To origin. To origin? Why can't I select origin? Oh. Point to thingamajig. All right. And then select the point. That would be the center of this face right here. Why is it not letting me? Components. Selected the components. Selected that. It wants me to select the point. It's not highlighting anything. What are you doing? What do you want? What do you want from me here? Components. That one. Why does it have this face up as... I just hit cancel on the whole thing. All right. Weird errors. Move. And we'll try this one. Components. This component. Then select the point. Really? Oh, is this not what I think it is? Yeah, weird that, can't you just move the connector? That's more complicated than what I'm trying to do. All right, so I'll just try to, I'll just move that to origin. So move, copy, and then I'm gonna move this. Oh, components, U. Maybe it's because I didn't capture the position. Let's see, that's center mass. I don't want that. That's the wrong spot. Man. Yeah, my only problem is that, like, I can select that point if I want to move it, but the target point doesn't exist. I just want to move it to origin. Shift, Alt, no. I mean, I could, like, make a drawing there and put a, capture the position and then try to move it. Oh, wait, no, wait. Arrange. Align, rather. There. Damn it. Damn it. No, why don't you do this? Fine. Yeah, I don't want to hide the grid. Grid's useful. Oh, I have to show the Yep. Thank you. First time chat from Quirino. Thank you for that. Quirio's like crushed their mouse in their hand. Like, how could they not know that? You fool. Okay, so I could use move or align now. That's right. They unview origin for you, so you have to view it again. Welcome to Fusion, huh? So move point to point, point to point. Haha! That's all I wanted to do. See? That was easy. All right. 45 minutes in, we did that. We flipped it over 180 degrees. Yeah, first try. We did it, folks. We did it. All right. So next time we'll start designing the drawing. No. So, all right. New sketch. And I guess I'm going to sketch it from the very bottom. Yes, capture the position. I don't care. All right. So from the very bottom, what I want to do is I want to basically project the dimensions of this thing. Because I may need to tweak the dimensions of the part, and I might actually go into the other part file in order to do that. Like, if things don't quite fit properly, it may be because the weirdness of this part versus what I put into CAD differ. So I want the dimensions of this frame to be based on that, if that makes any sense to you guys. Because I'm thinking about where I'm going to be constantly tweaking this thing and cursing it off. So I'm going to start by getting the outline of this thing into the drawing. Now, I can project geometries into this drawing. What I'll do, because I filleted, chamfered, which one is that? That's chamfer. That one's chamfer. So I chamfered this edge, which means I don't have this corner to draw a box from. So what I'll do is I will project 4 points. 1, 2, and then on the opposite end, project is just hitting the P button, and it lets you take geometries of components into your drawing. So what I'm doing is taking that in there, click OK. Now I've got those 4 points, and I can make a construction box that's just going to build my corner up again. And then if I change the dimensions of this part, I can change it in a different file, in its original file, and these dimensions will change according to wherever these corners end up. Now, if I get rid of these corners, all bets are off and everything explodes. But, hey, you know. So now I'm going to make actually another construction box from end to end. Now I can do I'm going to do a 0.2 millimeter radius around that, and that's not going to be a construction line. So now the radius tool, does that allow me to Where's the sketch menu? Where did that go? Usually that's in my way when I'm working like this. Maybe because I made the window smaller. Oh, I see. It's actually still in the window. It's just, or sorry, it's outside of Fusion 360. This is like a separate window that was just like outside of everything. So I need to not do a construction line. And then I need to select the outline. For some reason, this always screws it up. It does it in like half of the square. So that is going to be -0.2. So that's going to be the inner radius of the thing that we're building around this. Now, what wall thickness do I want? Actually, you know what? Wait a minute. I was going to do an offset for that, but it doesn't let you do an offset from an offset. So in order to preserve the size of the side wall, I guess I'll do the box thing again, but this time it's going to define what the wall radius is. And I think I'll do 2 millimeters, because we're not putting screws. Well, we are putting screw holes in this thing, but they're going to go through the carbon fiber to the bottom of the panel, which means they don't need to be. See, the previous design that I had, the one that I had to abandon my boy. The one that I had to abandon had screw holes like this on the top, and that was part of kind of the look of it, right? I had the screw holes on the top, and then the hexagonal kind of like windows that that's the look that I'm trying to go for, right? I would like to have the screws on this, but I don't think I'm going to be able to, unless I just make them decorative, which is kind of funny in and of itself. I could take these really little ones that aren't even 2 millimeter deep, and I could just sink them into it. I might do that. I might do that just to make it look good. They won't be functional, because we'll have the screws from below holding the whole dead bug thing down, right? It's kind of a live bug is how I describe. I'm describing it as like a gantry. But yeah, so 2x2 for the sidewalls. And I'll have to figure out what screws I want to use to hold this thing into the carbon fiber plate. It's not going to be the laptop screws, because they don't have to be decorative. If I do that, then the chamfer is going to be really weird. No, but that's okay, because I'll probably end up chamfering that pretty heavily and then putting a screw hole in it. Yeah, okay. All right. We'll just work with it like this. So non-construction line, end to end. Now, if I want to go back and change stuff, then I change that 2x2. And I will also have to figure out what the screw hole size is going to be for the whole thing, which I could just bank on using these screws. They might not fit. Well, let's do the rest of it first, and then we'll figure out where we can put the screws, and if we need to alter it, we can see how this blows up, how it no longer works anymore. Yeah, ways that I'll accidentally ruin the entire design, basically, is what I'm trying to say. I think that's all I need out of this now. So now we have that sketch on the bottom. So the plug here, I think what that's going to do, I'm just going to have to cut out a little bit of the grid panel. And that'll be where the plug is. I would love to have, you know, like this thing, like the box that goes all the way to the bottom, or has this on the bottom like this, but I don't think there's really a good way to print it unless I split it up in a weird way. For the most part, what I'm considering is just that the top face of this thing up here, this is going to be against the print bed, and then it's going to have the 4 pylons coming down from it. And that'll be it. It'll just be like a crab that sits on top of this thing. Without screw holes or anything like that. Now, if I really wanted to, how would I do like a bar down here? I could split it and then have it be a 2-piece thing. And if I split it down here, I could have whatever fastener comes up through, go through that and to the other one. Let's consider that. If I split it down here, that means that I can have a piece of plastic that goes up to this connector, and then I can have the 2-piece, you know, window pieces, and have the bottom there, just like this. and then maybe decorative visible fasteners up top if I feel like getting fancy. But first, let's do the rest of it, because we'll add sketches to faces in order to do this stuff. So all right, we'll consider that, and I'll do the first extrusion. That'll go up to this right here, like that. And so that's our problem is that's like 2 millimeters. Yeah, 2.561. Which means if I want the panels to look right, they should be 2 millimeters from all the faces. Well, we'll figure that out. All right, so next extrusion will be from, it'll be the same outer radius, but it'll be from object here, and I'll go to the object here. I'm going to make sure that that's a new body, because I don't want those joined. Those are my 2 pieces of seam here. I could do all the weird like fusion stuff where you like define, like you like split the body and do all kinds of weird stuff like that. I could just make a big square, and then I could split it, and then I could hollow it out to be the right size to fit the box. But this is just how I think of these parts. I don't know. There's more than one way to. I was going to say skin a cat. That's a really horrible phrase. Fun ransack. Thank you for the fart. Okay, so there's that body there. And then I'm going to take the whole thing. You zoom way in. Make sure that, okay, it's not defining the construction line. So that should be the whole plate. I hope. Nope. Yeah, no, I think that is. And then take it from object, top of the thing, and we're going up. Oh no, not extent type 2 object. That would be distance. It thinks I want to cut the whole thing away. Start from object there. Yes, we're going to go 47 millimeter. That's the top. The top is going to be 47 millimeters thick. Can you believe that Fusion predicted that for me? It's going to be 2 millimeter. We need 2 millimeters because 1 millimeter is the space in front of the grating, and then the grating takes up about 1 millimeter. And hopefully it'll sit inside of the thing. I might glue it. I don't know. Okay, so far so good. We have a hideous looking like box thing. So the problem with doing this, if I were to chamfer this bottom edge, the one that's going to sit against the bottom of the computer, if I were to chamfer that, it wouldn't allow me to chamfer past the seam. So doing this like weird piece at the bottom is actually quite useful. This actually works really well. Okay, so we're going to chamfer those edges. I don't know how this is going to look. I don't know if I'm going to be able to put fasteners through it either. Oh yeah, and then I'll need to cut this out with a radius. So we'll need a sketch on this face, and when we do that, I'll give this a little radius. Well, actually, that'll be in the window. That'll be primarily in the window, so... How do I chamfer the bottom of the window then? Because if I have the edge, I can't make it... I guess we'll have like a 4 millimeter radius around everything. So that'll work. Okay. My brain is starting to put it all together. I could make like a plastic structure around this. Oh no, but that's going to be hell on printing, because that would be, this is going to be supported by up here. So yeah, all right. So let's just move forward with this piece by piece. So I am going to fillet. No, I'm gonna chamfer. I always mix up fillet and chamfer. The look of this thing is chamfered. Take all of these. And I'm being loose with the rules here. You should know. I don't have like fixed numbers that I'm doing for everything. And that might unify the look of everything, but for the most part, this is just for fun. This is just to make things look good. So the question is, do I want it to look... It looks like an obelisk right now. Oh, get all the apes around it. Throw a bone in the air. Greetings from Berlin. How's it going, Chili? Yeah, we'll give it the larger one. The problem is with the larger one though, if I do that on the top piece, it ends up looking like absolute shit, which is kind of what happened to this piece. You can see this doesn't look so much like a chamfer as it does just like bleh. It just kind of looks bad. Hold on. I breathed in, and apparently that was the first mistake that I made. Okay. Chamfers, chamfers, chamfers. Good, 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 good. Now we do it again. Chamfer. That, and that. Take that in. But like, what? Broke everything. Whoa, it really broke everything. Fusion kind of assumes what numbers you want based on how far you're zoomed in. So it went like instantly to do like a 5, a chamfer of like 5. This will be just like 1 millimeter. I think that'll be okay. I mean, it does kind of, it might look a little weird based on the chamfer of the other ends. I guess I can go back to the steps and tweak it if I really want to have 2. Yeah, maybe it needs to be 2, but that's not going to print very easily, unfortunately. All right, so the next step is just figuring out what the offset from each logical corner of this thing is in order to basically offset from the flat face. And I think I'm going to do 8 by 8. I think 8 millimeter will give us a good girthy post, and then it'll go. Wait a minute, no, that doesn't work. Hold on. Make it look like a tiny PC inside your PC. That print out little PC looking things on. Oh God, no, no. That could actually work. That would be kind of funny. Those are going to be. These might not print. That might not print. Yeah, I think I need to undo this this one by 1. So I'll make those 2. That'll probably print. I'm gonna have to figure out how I put screws up through this thing too. This will have to be extended downward. How am I going to get a screw hole through there, though? Maybe it'll have to be like on this, but that's 2 millimeters. If I use 1 millimeter screws, then I'm relegated to the glasses kit. Oh God. Maybe I'll need to have like a bottom plate on this that'll screw in. So like if I gave this another 0.2 and then another millimeter, I could build stuff in here that would then get the, but then how does the top attach to the bottom? God damn it. No, not magnets, no. No, I just want to like throw 4 screw holes in this thing, but I don't have M1 fasteners. Need to be, these things, the screws that I have are 2 millimeters. So that's, you know, not really going to work there. It would work if it was like a square edge. Yeah, I wanted to redesign this so that I didn't have fasteners in it, but if I'm gonna, I mean, I would have to do like 3 by 3. Well, let's put the, wait, but hold on. I was gonna say let's put the windows in, but I don't know how I'm gonna be able to print the window, have that work on this. The way, how did I do this thing? Well, it was like both of these were like C-shaped. So the window went into the bottom piece a little bit, which I could do, actually. So if I extend that up a little bit more, then I'll have the window go into the split, and that's actually how it's supposed to be. All right, so let me take this initial extrusion, and instead of making it that, I'm going to go distance, and then the distance is going to be like, let's 8 by 8 from the corner. Go up 6, and then it'll just have like a cut there, and then this one's printing from the other end, but the window should be in there anyway. And if I'm going 8 by 8, it's probably still not going to work. But let me make a sketch on this face. So create. I right click the face, click create sketch. Centennial. Thank you for subbing with Prime. Let's put you on the board. Pop. No, that's not the board. That's not the. Who wrote that text upside down? All right, boop. Centennial. Put you up on the board. Oh, wow, that placed immediately. Thanks for the sub. With Prime. This is like the artist strangling the engineer is what's happening right now. I'm trying to make it look cool. I don't need to, but Centennial, you're going by your boy Elena and Chatty Wolf. The great Carmelino is there, as well as Fatanon. Moist pineapple pizza. There's another Woodus. There's like a Woodus in every shot today. I don't know what the deal is. I got Woodus on the brain. Yeah, or that. There's a big Jacose over there, too. All right, so. Yeah, I'm thinking 8x8 from the ends, but that's not gonna, I'll need to, if I raise this, then I need to have a longer fastener go into this in order to squish it all together, which is not good. It's not good. Because I don't have a lot of millimeters to deal with. But anyway, let's put it in there just so that we have the stuff that we can tweak. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to project that. All right, so I gotta project the corners because it treats these two boxes separately, and technically the sketch is on this face, so I need to project this into it. So I'm gonna project that, and that's it. That's all I need. Because I already have this one, because it's technically the edge of the face. Weird the way Fusion does this, but it's kind of logical. Oh, I thought you said I read improvised as improved, and I thought you were asking if I reverse engineered IEDs and like improved them. No, yeah, I reverse engineered IEDs. Yeah, I was working with a contractor at a 3-letter agency in Virginia, in Quantico, Virginia. All right, construction line, and this is gonna dictate the window dimensions. So 2x2, no, 4x4, 8x8. I said 8x8. The problem with this being that I need a screw to go through this entire thing and hold on to this top piece. Because again, like I'm going to be moving this thing around, and now this brick sits out in space. So it probably is going to need, actually, wait a minute. Before I even do that, I'm going to Control-Z my way out of here. No. Repeat that. That's fine. I need a little bit more out of this. So let me roll us back to before the chamfers, and let me extrude this bottom piece by 0.2. And that's probably going to have to be a little further than that. But that 0.2 right there is just the wiggle room that I need to give this thing. You need to give everything wiggle room. The real world versus the world of CAD. Completely different animals, and this is actually quite a lot of friction in the professional world, is the difference between those stupid engineers and their numbers and those damn contractors and their cutting corners. This is where everything intersects, is wiggle room. I did a co-op for, an architectural job, and that was constantly the friction. Is the guys out there building stuff say these engineers have no idea how to build stuff, which we know how to build stuff, but the engineers would then go, the contractors are always getting it wrong. We're very specific about what we want. Constant. So this is an offshoot of that. Giving those 0.2 millimeter little bits of extra space here and there, just giving something a radius, that is what makes up for the difference between the 3D printer and the CAD model. That's what I find. You're going to find something different when you get used to making parts for your own nefarious devices and whatnot with your own 3D printer. Your own 3D printer might be set up a little bit differently. Mine generally I need to give stuff a little bit of space. It will be extremely accurate, but then the difference in layers is going to create a little bit of a pinch point. And so while things will press fit, you'll never get them back. So when I do screws and stuff, I will under radius. When I do things that need to fit into other things, I over radius. And then like for this seam, if I wanted this seam to be a press fit, which I don't, if I wanted a seam here to be a press fit and I like made a lip around this thing, first of all, it would have to be more than 2 millimeters, but then I would also not give it that radius, and then they would press fit together and lock. Yeah. Havian's got it right, I think. Is that a known thing? So 0.2 is equal to loose or slip fit. 0.1 is equal to tight fit. 0 is press fit. Negative 0.1, heat one, cool the other, and press fit for permanent. Maybe so. I haven't tried the heat and cool thing because it's PETG. The plastic is just going to flex. Yeah, machining and lathe work. Stupid consumer 3D printers not extruding plastic to within 0.05 of a millimeter. Yeah, I do 0.2. 0.2 is generally, you know, my radius for stuff that goes around stuff. Look at that little, you can see the little gap. But that gap won't be visible at all. In fact, we're probably gonna have to struggle to get all the radii correct on this thing because, I mean, we got this thing. It's not accurate at all. I may even need to cut, I probably need to cut this lump right here. There's a lump around the power cable. This component, I wish I didn't need it. I wish I didn't need the giant cap bank. I don't know. It won't run with just the Panasonics. Sabzen, thank you for following. Power, it is. It's like the Mustang motor. We can't fit it in the hood. Just bulge it out a little bit. Bulgy wolgy, ooh. All right, let's take this all the way out to there, and then we've got that extra little distance. Oh boy, I hope this works or fits at all. Like, if it's 8x8 on this face, that's not going to be acceptable because that's not going to work. 8x8 is going to make this really narrow window. So if we do 6x6, 6x6 would get us up to the edge here, but then I also need the chamfer. God damn it. How do I do that? The chamfer is not really going to print, though. The way I did it before, I had it stick up really far. RGB IEDs, oh god. See, the other thought was just to have the window, the grating go all the way down to the ground. And that would be the easiest way to do it, because then I wouldn't need to do this in two parts. I could just have an open... I could just have it open here. I would cut the grating to have a square profile, and then this would go all the way to the top, but it wouldn't look consistent with this. You guys know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Am I making sense, or am I talking crazy? And if I do 6x6, the problem is I need to accommodate the chamfer for the window. 2x2, and then it's this tiny little thing with this enormous window. See, I want more of the purple on there. I want the purple and the... Probably should leave this to a variable. I haven't used variables yet, and I don't know if I'm going to be using them on this design. So okay, so we make a sketch on the face. This is the harder part of the decisions here. It's like, how is this going to print? How's this going to go together? And my big consideration here, and I know I've said it a bunch of times, but I'm going to keep saying it because people will keep coming in and, you know, having the same comments. On the 3D printer, this face right here, that's going to go against the 3D print bed. So these corners are going to look like complete ass just because the 3D printer is really bad at that. So this is going to stay at the bottom of the printer. I don't want to have support structures going 40 millimeters up into the air. That's going to be hugely wasteful of plastic. So no cross beams up here. That's why I have this. That's why I have a separate piece up here. I have yet to consider how I'm going to get a screw to go through this thing in order to hold it together. Yeah, and then the sizes of the windows have to keep to my aesthetic, which is getting more and more complicated for me to continue to do. Unless I have the two halves bolt from the sides. That presents the same problems, though. Bolting from the side. Let me think about that. That one goes against the bed. This one goes against the bed. This surface ends up rough. There's a seam like in the middle. I don't like it. I don't like any of it. If I do one solid, see, if I do one solid piece and then have the openings go all the way up. Oh, the LAN party didn't happen. It did not happen. that's why we're stressing on this stuff right now. We're actually able to build all of this stuff, this cool stuff, because the LAN party got canceled. So this is still priority because I haven't had a goddamn regular computer in over a week now. But if I can get a couple of these parts designed and printed and incorporated, then I'd be good. Add a floor to the base bit and then use VHB foam. I want to avoid doing that. Print the base with the 4 chamfered corners and the side panels drop into slots. Well, okay, so the problem with that is that I would have the, so let's for the sake of argument, let's say this is the cube that I'm making, and I'm printing it from the top up, right? So this is hitting the print bed, and I'm printing it up that way. I would need to support this piece on the print, and so I need a ridiculous amount of support material in order to hold that up. While possible, we're treating the printer like a replicator here, and that's not, I don't want to do that. It's like make the part into a couple dead bugs and then put those on the print bed, then everything can print without a ton of support material. But if I have a hoop, then I need support material under that, and they never come out right. I mean, I've barely made it be able to work, but my PETG is not really good at bridging. So I'm trying to avoid bridges at all costs. So if I try to avoid bridges at all costs, I mean, that just means that I can have my brain doesn't work very right these days. If I just have it like a big U shape opening in this, it would look similar to this. I don't like that solution though. Treat them like chair legs and have them bolt in the corners. That work? Yeah, I know, that's what I'm just thinking now. Like, have like 4 legs, have a bolt in the corner of each leg. If the top clips to the base, could the base have countersunk screws in the base floor? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, as well. Yes, have like build a plate here, and then have a hole that would just take the screw in it. It wouldn't, not from above, but from below. It would screw in. It would make this whole thing taller. How much height do we have? Yeah, this fits in exactly the side profile of the case. So we literally have like 3 millimeter to work with, maybe a little more. We don't have a ton of height to work with. I mean, I guess we probably have the almost 10. I would say like 7 max, but that's really pushing it. So far, we've only got 2.2 additional to the thing. But then having the top and the bottom separate and then bolt together. I don't have space for the screws that I would want to use. Having them just fit together and then just like gluing it, I guess I could do. I don't know, that's a little weird, but that could work. Yeah, maybe I do have to glue the 2 pieces together. In which case I can move that seam to wherever I need it to be. And then I'll just have to line it up and glue it properly. I don't know, what do you glue PETG with? Ultrasonic welding. You severely overestimate the capabilities of my dinky little shop. What do you glue it with? Glue. Thanks, Chester Willard. Really appreciate your input. Glue. Bastard. I don't know, man. I guess I could, yeah, PETG is weird for glue. I've had good luck with, plastic epoxy. As horrible as that stuff is, plastic epoxy I've had okay luck with. I don't have a lot of space to glue things. And a 1mm lip won't really come through in the print. Yeah, super glue like melts it together and then it's so brittle. Believe me, I've worked with that. UV glue or super glue says it's okay for PETG. I've had weird mixed results. It doesn't work like super glue typically does. It really kind of, I mean, I guess it's okay. I could use it, but I also don't want clouding on it anywhere. So, all right, let's move that seam up. Let's move the seam up to like midway, and then we don't have to worry about it anymore, right? I guess. Let's move the seam way up. So instead of 6, let's make it like 12. Ta-da! Okay, so there's that. So now we can make a sketch on the face. Let's turn this back around. So I'm just gonna glue it together. Why are my rotational controls not in here? There we go. Jeez. Sketch on face. Create sketch. So now we got the sketch here. And then I'm gonna project this edge over. And then I'm gonna make a construction box that will give me my, let's do 6x6. I think that'll look okay. It's gonna be a big window on this side, but whatever. I mean, if I had power in that, it would be funny to put like LEDs in there and make it look like something weird was going on. You know, like if I pushed it out more than 2mm, like I did with this thing. So this hides the Molex connectors and their circuit board and stuff, right? So I've got space for a circuit board here. And then in the top, because of the large wires that had to connect to the board, I had to make this little Schwoop-de-hoop. Are we in orthographic? Of course we're in orthographic. Why do they think that orthographic is like the best view that you could possibly look at stuff in? Anyway, so I had to glue the window up here, and then there's all this space, right? And so what I did is I put that little piece of like reflective material on it to give it like a, it doesn't look like anything right now, but there's 12 volts in there. So I can just hook a resistor and an LED up, like a through-hole LED and a resistor. I've got 5 whole millimeters. So if I throw a 3mm LED in there, 1 or 2, I can make that look really weird. It can kind of cast light in a weird way, especially if the light was dynamic, which I don't think I can do. I could even do surface mount to make it look even weirder. If I wanted to continue that aesthetic, I could absolutely blow this thing up and give it like plenty of space on the ends and then do the screws on the top. But the only power I have available in here is 300 volts DC. I'm not about to screw around with LEDs and 300 volts, so. I vote UV glue because it's just nice for everything. It is a very nice glue. I've been learning to love it. But yeah, anyway, that's this piece. It would be kind of funny to extend the openings on this so that these 2 windows got light from the extremis, or to like, I don't know, bump it up a little bit or something, just to make it just to be able to hide LEDs in there and make it like glow. But I'm not going to do that. That's too much work for right now. That's it. That's like a couple months of a project in and of itself for me to get that right. Is that weird little gap right there? Huh, odd. Anyway. I know. It's 300 volt DC at like 1 amp or something. It's a pretty brutal amount of power. All right, so non-construction box from that corner to that corner. And then I'm going to inset this a little bit. 1mm. Not out. Actually, well, if I go 6x6, then that's the window, and then I need to have the inner piece. Yeah, all right, fine. We'll go out 1mm from it. So 6x6, inside, outside, done. That's going to be the window for this face and the face on the other end. So we can finish that sketch. We're done. We're done here. Open the door. Get them out of there. So I am going to extrude this and this by 2mm. Negative 2mm. Pop. Look at that hole. My God. So let's open up this sketch again, and then I'm going to extrude this and this by an offset of -1, -1. And then this is going to go -1 millimeter. And so that right there is the slot that's going to hold that piece of grating. So that's that one. Now, if I really wanted this to be super duper scalable to everything that we wanted to do, I should probably go to object and then choose the face of this object that I wanted to go to. So if I wanted to extend this and make it a little larger, well, actually, if I made that a little larger, the sidewalls stay 2 millimeters in this design. So I guess that should be okay. The thing is, like, you got to be careful about what's going to blow up your project later if you end up over tweaking something. You're like, I need this to be a little larger, and then all of a sudden Fusion is like, your entire design sucks, and you should feel bad for not making it completely parametrically with equations. You're like, oh. I generally use up to surface and object constraints. I try to, but I think in this case, our sidewall's 2 millimeter, and that window needs to have the dimensions of a 1 millimeter lip around it. That's kind of what it needs. So if things get larger, I can tweak it from there, but I think using numbers on this is okay. But yeah, it's something to consider. I can't show you guys the whole Fusion window. It's really annoying. I guess I could make a special scene for Fusion where I'm a little smaller and in the corner, and then you guys can see more of the Fusion window, and maybe I can maybe I can do that some other time. Don't think it matters here at all. It's just like I also need to like reference the actual part to show it on camera so that you guys can, see what I'm talking about. I can't be one of these blue screen people that do Twitch. Okay, so we need to do the other one. So we take this again, this and this, come over to here, and this time the start is going to be object there, and then we're going to go -1. Actually, we're going to go 1. No, 2. 2. We go 2. Ta-da! Look at that purple. Now, we take the lip on both sides. We go from start object here, and then we go an offset of 1 millimeter, -1 millimeter. For some reason, it turns negative. -1 millimeter, and then our distance is 1 millimeter. And that should create, yep, the structure again on the other side. Dichloromethane, oh God, what are we getting into? Dichloromethane or methylene chloride is in quite a few, I'm gonna interpret the typos, quite a few paint strippers, but it supposedly acts as like acetone and ABS. Where am I gonna, hey, hello, good sir, do you have any methylene chloride? And they're like, hello, police? There's this weird guy at this Wendy's. I have dichloromethane, it's a good solvent glue. Oh, is that like the Estes like model glue? Is that what that is? Dichlorolene, bichloride, double shot methane. I don't know. All right, so we're done with that one. Let's make the window on this face. Create sketch. And then I'm going to go 6x6 with a construction line from, I don't have that edge. Project. This. Okay. We have a corner up here that's going to be representative because we are on this face. So I'm going to take my construction square and I'm going to go 6x6. That's not 6x6. There we go. I don't have a de-esser, so I guess I should be careful about those sixes. 6x6, get it on 76ers. Charles Barkley, it's Larry Bird. All right, so from here to here, we're going to be a bit of an awkward one. It's a little tall. That should be okay, though. 6x6, and then we take the offset, and we go 1 millimeter. It's already dialed in for 1 millimeter. Adam Savage recommended it years ago. Mine is called EMA Plastic Weld. It's not the stuff that's black in the black thing with like the syringe tip. Because the model glue that I remember is the gloopy stuff in the like metal like paint looking container. Who knew? Who knew? By the way, as like a little kid, building models in the laundry room, that glue wasn't just like to be applied by this giant, nozzle and just smeared on everything, right? Like later on down the line, like when I was done building models as a kid, they released this glue that had like a syringe tip on it, which is like, I saw that and I'm like, my whole life is a fucking lie. Like I could have been building these models really nicely without getting like soupy glue all over everything. That Estes model glue was cool though, because it like if you disturb it while it's still drying, it like melts the plastic and all of the MERS, all of the MERS of the polymer actually like kind of get together. Yeah, the Groovy knows that song. Dichloromethane methylene chloride. Isn't that what was same stuff? I don't know if I can find any in short notice, but I'll hold on. Let's get to the heart of this thing here. So we're doing more extrusions because I finished that sketch. So we extrude this and this too. It's the same stuff, right? We're doing the same stuff over and over again. -2. Then it tries to hide the sketch. Extrude this. No. Offset of, and I believe it's probably -1. Let's see, offset of 1 millimeter. Yeah, you can see the arrow comes a little closer to you. So -1, and then distance -1. That makes our grid carrier. So now we extrude you and you from the object -1. That's wrong. 2 there. Okay, that's not cutting my good. It's not cutting the part. So extrude this you and you from objects there. Offset -1. And then we're moving 1 millimeter. There we go. And then I'm going to need to project some of this stuff onto our other sketch over here. So we'll take this sketch, and then I'm going to need to hit the project tool, and I'm going to take this corner and this corner. We'll project those. Go back to our view here, and then I'll draw a regular box. Ah! It was like a dust bunny. Looked like a spider. I thought I was gonna die. Regular box from our projected geometry to our, oh, that's construction line. Actually, wait, leave it in a construction line, here to here, and then take this. Take these 4. And then offset them by 0.2, and it's not going to be a construction line. Oops, -0.2. The negatives and positives almost seem random sometimes. So now that's a projected geometry. So if I need to move that at all in order to tweak it so that it fits the real thing, I am going to have to edit the original part that I have in another file. No, yeah, this is the same style as the thermal camera, but it is a computer part for my super duper special power supply, because apparently it's so super duper that it needs to have this giant capacitor block. So what I'm doing is I'm just hiding the horrible rubberized whatever behind panels of grid like this to make it look cool. I'm not going to give this the same treatment. We're not even going to incorporate this into the design. I am going to plan on it later, because this is a project in and of itself. The Nixie tube thing is like, would be really cool to have, but I'm not going to stress it right now. We're not going to because it's cutting in to burn the subs, and burn the subs needs to be my priority, and it's not. It's just not right now, which is bad. So all right, anyway, we're done with that sketch. Finish the sketch. So now that I've got this feature right here, I'm going to extrude it from the other object in. So from object here, and then extent type distance 2 millimeter. And that just gives me that little cutout. What for the connector plug? I don't like having to glue these two together, but that's just the reality of this. I don't want to make this object too large. All right, one more window at the top. So create sketch after right-clicking on the face. And I don't have corners up here, but I can use construction box things, and I can just do that, and that'll give me a functional corner. Oops, I only need it on 2 places, so I only need it there and down here. So just take that. Luckily, we're on the face, so I don't need to project anything in. And then from this corner, I'm going to do 6 by 6. Same thing with the other side. Because if I need to go back to these numbers, I can tweak them. 6 by 6. Bop. Like, this is basically me planning for like any of the changes that could go on this thing. It'd be like, you know, I want the windows to be larger. Or, oh, that's not printing properly. Let me lower the radius of that. As long as I'm within reason, as long as there is that geometry there, it should work. Put my logo on top? Nah, I don't need that. I'm not this one. Also, that won't print very well because this is going to be on the print bed. That radius 1 millimeter. That's an inner. I want it to be outer, so let's do -1. The positives and negatives, I don't know how they are determined in this software. Okay, so that's all we need on the top. We don't have screw holes, unfortunately. And I could make fake screw holes in the corners. I'm considering it. Making fake screw holes, but I don't think these would fit in a 2 millimeter sidewall. Hold on, I have to put this to bed. I have to make sure that I'm not put fake screw holes on the thing. Yeah, these are 3.69. Nice. These are 3.6, so I think these are the smallest of these cap heads. I need one, so the overall is 3.6. So 1 millimeter would be dedicated to the cap head, and then I'd have 2 to the bottom of the screw. I could always file them down, but I don't want to have to. So that would poke into the enclosure unless I raise the roof. Unless I raise the roof a little bit. But I don't want to raise the roof because I actually want the object in there to hold these panels in place, even though I could glue them. Yeah, it might stand to reason that I'll need to. Well, anyway, we're done with the sketch. You know, hitting E finishes the sketch I just discovered. Huh. -2. View the sketch again. This offset of -1, extrude -1, and there's our lip. Okay, no more sketches. So now I've got a bunch of square holes in the side of this thing. It looks pretty well ventilated, huh? Even though it doesn't need to be. It's literally just, it's like one of those houses that's like rail equipment. Like the vents in like England and New York, that they're not real houses. They're just there for like venting the public transport system. It saves on filament. Yeah, I guess it does. I mean, it also breaks up that 3D printed look, you know? Having multiple different materials describe your thing is good. Now, do I want to go through the absolute pain in the ass of selecting every single one of these? I guess so. I guess I'll put them all in the one operation. This is going to be a major pain in the butt. Not only because the feature is small, but because Fusion's a little weird about selections and stuff. I wish I could break up the back panel a little bit with more material, but it doesn't need to be broken up. It's more of a utility item than anything else. And I might print it in a color that's not going to stand out as much as the purple. I might end up printing it in black. Oh God, it doesn't know what to do with the camera now. Come on. Yeah, using glue, I guess, is just the solution for this. I don't like it, but if I really wanted to be fancy about it, I could make some kind of a structure that locks in together. Or I could draft a seam around it or something like that. But I don't really think I need to. I can just glue them flatly against one another, and that'll be enough to hold this thing in place. It just needs to be like resilient to small shock and vibration of being in the car. That's all. And it needs to look good. All right. So take that, taper it in. Boop, boop, boop. Too much. Maybe this. How's that look? That looks pretty good. I can come back and edit it later. There it is. There's our weird looking crystal box that we're going to put around this thing. I would love to put 4 screw holes in this. I might file off the caps. Oh, God damn it. Why did you tell me this, Dewey? Why would you do this to me? Oh, God damn it. The problem with this is that if I go back and try to add a face, I don't know how to add a face to this operation. There's like 19 edges. Select. How do I add one to this? This is annoying because it's not zooming in properly anymore. Something's weird with the CAD. I don't have space to put a lip. If I try to print a lip in the 3D printer, it doesn't like to do 1 millimeter. If I do plus, it does this. One edge. Double click. Son of a bitch! It's all right, I Control-Z'd it. How do you add a fucking face to that? I'm so mad at this operation. X is going to delete it. And then I have to go to cancel, and I Control-Z. Oh no, I can redo, rather. 19 edges. You can't add any? Yeah, I can draw the screws into the print. I can add them as screws. Drawing the screws into the print means they won't be black, so I'm not going to do that. What I'll do is use the actual screws. Casino Cop, thank you for following. It's like a GTA roleplay job. No, 19 is not the magic number. You guys... I'll have to do with you guys sometimes. Yeah, it's so weird that I can't... I don't know. I'll just add it as another one, but that's so clunky. That's so annoying. You're supposed to be able to go back on the step and, like, fully edit it. The problem... Okay. Once again, the problem is with putting a lip on a 1 millimeter... Sorry, on a 2 millimeter sidewall, is that if I put that lip in here, when it prints... in my printer, it ends up being a really bad edge. And I know this because I've done this. I've done this a lot with the enclosure for the thermal webcam. I've tried and I threw them all out, but I've got iterations upon iterations that have 1 millimeter lips on them, and they may kind of fit in, but the seam is absolutely terrible. So in order to preserve the seam, Control clicked it. It's nice of them to actually tell you how to do any of that stuff. Let's try that. Oh yeah, you hit Control and it highlights them all. That is annoying. That is really, really annoying that they don't tell you. No, I'm not gonna do that though, because everything else prints just fine. I'm not gonna change my nozzle size because I can't put a 1mm lip in a thing. Instead, I'm just not gonna put a lip on there, and I'll align it when I glue it together. I mean, that's all I can do. And if I really want to, I could do like a cutout here that'll accept the glue, but that's not. I'm just gonna carefully glue it and then file the edge. Chat, I'm running out of patience for your idiotic suggestions. Okay? I'm really running out of patience here. Stop. Stop it. Stop it, both of you. Stop. It's I can only take so much of that. All right. So if I wanted to add aesthetic screws onto the top of this thing, which I think would be kind of funny to do, I could use the smallest size of fastener that I have, and I could cut it down a little bit. Why don't you attach it to a weather balloon and then send it into orbit, and when it gets near the sun, that'll weld it together with sonic energy from solar radiation. Guys. Man. All right. These fasteners that I have, that's not the right one. Hold on. Yeah, it's like I can only because I'm taking you guys seriously, which is probably my first mistake. But like every problem that I have does not need to be immediately solved by you know, any means possible. Sonic welding, like fuck, I don't have any of that equipment. What am I gonna do? And then I end up taking you guys seriously, and then I get tilted. Well, maybe your advice isn't good. Maybe that's why you've given up on giving good advice. Sorry, I'm getting snippy. So I've got these little guys. Fucking another phone call. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? And it's from Delaware. Delaware loves calling me. And they immediately hung up. Without any context, if you just arrived like I did, it sort of looks like a PC tower with a bizarre reversed power connector. Yeah, it does. That was Gonad told me earlier I should make it look like a PC. But yeah, anyway, it looks like methylene chloride and dichloromethane, aka the glues that were suggested earlier, were banned around 2017 for consumer products. Once again displaying the relationship that I have with chat's suggestions. There's still loads of it on eBay. I don't want to get that. No. All right, so anyway, these screws are the smallest ones that I have in the panhead flavor, right? So I could possibly file down the bottom of the screw so that this thing only sticks through by like 1mm, and then I could put 4 of them on just the top of the enclosure, and it wouldn't get all the way down to the foam block, and it would let me keep the look of having sort of those fasteners on there. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Banned PC build stream. I build a PC with banned substances today on Twitch. God. All right. So we pretty much have this design on lock. The only weird thing about it is that I'm going to be gluing the two halves together. Once I glue the two halves together, it looks like I'm not going to be able to get it out. So if I really want to, I could make a cut, like a vertical cut on this piece, and it wouldn't be terribly visible, but it would still be there, and I would know it's there. I'm going to have to do fancy cutting of the sheet that goes in there. Or, you know, I can just glue it together and make it one big block, because that's fine. That's totally fine to do, because this piece should not really ever be coming apart. Building a PC using only illegal Lego connections. Actually, OctoJ put together a PC with Lego. He didn't put it together. He did the whole plan of it on like one of those brick builder sites, and I think it was gonna weigh quite a lot. It was gonna weigh quite a lot. Yeah, so that's the next piece, is how does this attach to the rest of the board? So this is part of what Gonad suggested, and I had mentioned before he suggested it, but it was also his suggestion as well, is that I am going to give this an additional extrusion, only I want to just have one screw in each corner. And so I can make that look like whatever, because that's going to print against the bed. So what I need is to figure out what depth I want to have going through this. And I can use any fastener I want now, but I needed to go through only a certain amount. Kind of annoying, because these screws are also equally tiny. I wonder how much they go through the... Yeah, see, they don't go through the carbon fiber. That's interesting. There's like 2 threads. So I need the distance that this screw is going to go through. Here, let's change this. Oh my God, what suggestions again? No, I'm not going to use sticky tape to hold together my computer. Chat's on thin ice. Chat's on thin fucking ice right now. You guys need to step it up a little bit. All right, so let's just take this as a reference. I'll just use these. I never get around to using these screws anyway. Are you fucking kidding? 5 millimeters? You serious about that? That is way too much. That's like half of the distance that we have to the height of the entire thing. That is ridiculous. That is utter horseshit. All right, 2 millimeter. That's measured a little bit more directly. If you guys are asking inane bullshit questions of like how I can solve stuff, that means the legitimate questions don't get my attention. So the reason I can't tell you what kind of aluminum extrusion I'm using is because I've got weird fucking suggestions on dumb shit that I should use. Anyway, the extrusion is called Makerbeam. Yeah, it's not a Keck W. It's more of a what have we done. I know collective punishment is against the Geneva Convention, but I'll use it, goddammit. It's like 2 or 3. I guess I can use a shorter screw if I really need to, but 2.7, it's like 3 millimeters, which is 3 millimeter onto the bottom of this thing is a little bit much. But the only other smaller one that I have doesn't stick through like at all. Well, it's not the only other smaller. I mean, I could use a smaller fastener indeed, but yeah, like that doesn't like, it's like two threads like stick through on that one. To get all the light and stuff in here at once. Where's my... Oh, there it is. Yeah, see, that's not gonna hold. That's not gonna hold, especially not that weight. Especially through 3D printed material. So I guess I'm forced to have it stick up 3 millimeters. Wait, that's less than 3. That's like 2. It's kind of hard to hold this together, but... All right, so let's plan for this fastener. I'll just see what the overall end height is, and hopefully it's not too unacceptable. Oops. It's like 2.5, so I'm gonna need 3 millimeters on that thing. All right, so we'll deal with that. So what I'll do is I'm gonna take, oh yeah, and what size of a circle are we gonna need? I think my batteries are getting low. I'm starting to see a little flickering there. So 3 millimeter. So this is an M3. So we need M3. So we need 3x3. Okay. All right. All right. Here, show the whole PC. There we go. Chat. Nope. Not playing that game today. So let's see. Do I don't think I want a new drawing, do I? Do I want a new drawing? Maybe I do. Nah, let's go to the old one. All right, so let's go to the first drawing. Oops. First drawing. Come on. There we go. And then I'm going to add things to hold screws. So what distance approximately should that be? Well, it needs to be 3, which isn't that big. But I could set them in quite a bit and get away with it. So using my methods from before, just taking it from the corner, and this time I'm defining an actual... Well, I guess first I should define the screw post, and then the cap I think is, well, it actually might, this cap might be larger than the other cap, which means I need to use the smaller fasteners. Or no, because that's going to bolt from below. Yeah, I don't need to worry about the cap. I just need the 3 millimeters. Yeah, I just need the 3 millimeter hole in this, So let's take a construction and let's go, let's see, so 4x4, I guess? Yeah, 4x4 is pretty good. So 4x4, and then I've got a non-construction 3 millimeter like that. I will offset that and then draw a square to it. So 4x4 over here from this corner. Oh, what's that still doing there? Did I use that for anything? I must have. Oh, yeah, I used it for the offset. Yeah, there. All right, 4x4. And I really only need 2 of these, to be honest. Like 1 in each corner, actually, but then the corners might lift up a little bit because the 3D print is going to be a little weird. So I guess we're going to have to do this on all the corners. So yeah, 4x4 with a 3. That's another screw hole. And these are just to tie it down, to tie the room together. 4x4. Keep the 3. One more. 4x4. This is where actually like putting equations to these numbers could be helpful, because then if you name all your variables well enough, then all these repetitious things can be executed. And if you need to tweak them, then you can tweak them by just going into your user variables. But in this case, I didn't want to do that, so yeah. Now I could make this a completely flat bottom and just have it one big sheet of 3D print filament, but that's probably a little wasteful, huh? So let's make a, what can we do here? What's that distance? 5.4 whatever. If I do it like with enough radius, yeah, we'll do an 8x8. That's a little big, but an 8x8 box. Ooh, that took a little while. And then I'll round the outer edge. That'll print well because it's just against the print bed. I wish I could make it thinner though. You could set them all equal. Well, how would you set them all equal? I don't know how because that's Fusion, the way you define stuff is by giving it a variable. That's what I mean. You would set them all to the same variable, and then you'd edit that variable. Oh, using an equality constraint. Okay. That's over here. That's this thing. Interesting. I should use that more. I don't. Never think about that. Ah, whatever. It's not that much extra work. Okay. Code Rush rating with a party of 5. How you guys doing at Code Rushed? We're working on a computer, believe it or not, which has got a lot of people very confused because people who work on computers kind of like don't do crazy bullshit with electronics. Cut off at the end. Don't know what you wanted to say. Oh no. So what I've got is the layout of my future. It's basically, we're basically just reskinning my computer, but I'm playing with like different materials and stuff in order to do it. What I'm using is something called Makerbeam. Makerbeam is this rail, basically an extrusion rail. We got these little cuts in 10 by 10 millimeter beams. I got corner cubes, and I found out that they have clear anodized versions of it. So basically I wanted to remake my computer with clear anodized Makerbeam. I also found out that Hobby King has a very large sheet of carbon fiber that's matte, and it was like 35 bucks. It was like a really cheap carbon fiber, being strong, a little bit flexible, but a really cool looking platen for the computer to go on. So I have taken apart my gaming computer, which previously was in almost exactly the same size enclosure, and I've started to redo a lot of the stuff. So same graphics card, same motherboard, same RAM, same hard drives. The power supply is a custom 12-volt power supply made with Vicor incorporated voltage converters. This is before the days of those SFX power supplies. So it is very, very small, 11 inches by 1 inch by 2 inch. And there are fans on the outside of this heatsink. The previous fan was a laptop blower fan that I accidentally ran at 12 volts. It was a 5-volt fan. Oh, I'll do that, yeah. 12-volt fan running at 5-volt fan running at 12 volts, and oh my God, was it loud. It really annoyed my friends. So part of what I'm doing here is I'm trying to quiet down the fan, and then now that the LAN party that I was doing that for is canceled, that means that I can screw around with a lot of the different other designs of this thing. So I've gotten into a lot of 3D object design in order to fit everything properly. So hold on one sec. Let me, my mic is scratchy. All right, hopefully that fixes it. I don't know why it does that. It just decides to get scratchy. Who knows? Solar flares or whatever. So I created a PCIe enclosure based on some of the lessons that I just learned from making an enclosure for a thermal camera. So this look of purple plastic with black fan grating in it. The fan grating is easy to work with because you just score it with a knife and then you bend it and it pops. So with that, what I want to do is get some of these other odd objects that are in my enclosure, my PC enclosure, to kind of have that unified look to them. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna redo the circuit board on this thing. I'm not gonna like enclose it differently. I can't. This thing gets kind of warm. The fans I might be able to do something about because I don't have the files for these anymore, and they barely fit. But I also ordered a hexagonal grated grill that I hope isn't too big for this. I hope it resembles this size of grill because I used to be able to find, there was like some overclocking or like PC building website that had aluminum grating that was like this. It was just like these thin hexes, and I would really love to make that, the look of the grating of this. The whole reason that this computer doesn't overheat is because many of the panels are just grating. And the way it worked previously was I had a steel speaker grill that I cut to size. But this stuff is really annoying to work with. Like, it cuts you very easily when you cut it up. So I really want to abandon this, and I want to abandon the circles for hexes, because I think that would kind of have a unifying look to the rest of this thing. So that's what we're working on, and I'm currently designing parts. So we just made something to go around this, and I'm trying to make sure that it can bolt to the bottom of the enclosure for when I actually go to the LAN party. You know, this thing, my computer needs to be thrown into the back of my car without unplugging itself and rearranging everything, right? There will probably be an access hole around here so that I can put the SSD with the OS on it underneath. Honestly, if I was being super professional about this, I should make a cutout, like a square cutout under the motherboard so I could get to the SSD. I didn't do that, and I don't know if I will. I don't know if I will. If I need to do anything with that SSD, I'm gonna have to disassemble this and like pull out the motherboard and then undo it from there. It's just how it is, right? So the reason that the 12 volt only power supply works is because I have a car PC adapter too. Yeah, I've got a 1 terabyte M2 drive under this, which might mean that I might need to punch a circular hole under the motherboard and put one of these fans on it, because I think that SSD is gonna get pretty hot, right? They get pretty freaking toasty, especially a Samsung one. I can't get it out. I'll just leave it there. I think I might need to put this underneath the PC. I don't like that, but it's gonna stick out a little bit. Because these are exactly 10 millimeter. So this is gonna stick out by whatever thickness the carbon fiber is. But I think what I need to do is I need to cut a mount for it underneath. Run a big heat pipe under it. I don't have a big heat pipe. I mean, I have heat pipes, but that's not really gonna cool it down enough. Chat's already gotten me tilted with all their ridiculous suggestions, by the way. So I'm apt to not read chat today. Yeah, it's just a matter of time until. Just say it. Just say it. Just say it. Just say it. Come on. Somebody's gonna say it. Just say it. Just do it. Candace Technology CPU prototypes? I have not. Oil bath. There it is. All right. We got that out of the way. We can never say that again. I could fart cool it. Yes. I mean, if I really wanted to have a fan that solely blows under the motherboard in order to cool stuff off, that'd be kind of tough to, I mean, that would be a very small fan, right? I would need a very small fan in order to do that. Something like this. Something like a really tiny fan that I could have just blow under the motherboard. Perfect. No, don't do that. Don't block the words. Don't block the words, because their mineral oil would be the other one. People get around it. It's not worth it. Okay, anyway, so I've got an M2 underneath there. Yeah, the entire purpose of what we're doing right now is to get rid of the laptop fan. I don't want that, and it's too big too. So, you know, I mean, there are other tiny fans that I could put in there. But listen, guys, listen, chat. Everybody wants to sound smart. Look at what I know. I know how to do this. I know how to suggest that. Guys, it's not that hard for me to just put a fan hole in the bottom of the thing. It's not that hard. I just cut a fan hole in the bottom of the carbon fiber sheet. It's going to be messy. I'll do it outside, but you know, we still have to mark out where all the holes go in this sheet so that we can put everything in there. It's not hard, but it's ugly. You're not going to see this. You're not going to see this. It's under the board. I mean, push comes to shove, I could just not cool it because it's been sitting in free air anyway. I really don't want it to go bad. And I could cut a square hole. So I could just cut a square hole around it, and then it at least would have space for the air to go. Okay. I mean, I need access to the M2 drive anyway, so I might just figure that I'll cut a square hole in this, which is going to be, it's actually fairly difficult to do because I don't think I can mill carbon fiber. but I can use a Dremel, and I can be real careful. I'll definitely fuck it up, but it's going to be under the board, so. If I could use the mill, I could make a perfect looking, you know, rounded edge square hole. Because that's what they do. But anyway, all right, leaving all that stuff aside. The last piece of this is to finish this sketch. We've got our 4 elements here. And then all I need to do is take that sketch, which is this one? Oh, this one. And then I'm going to extrude that. Because remember, we already have that 0.2 millimeter offset. And then I'll take this out 2 millimeter. Oops, -2. Why does that seem to think that I want to cut? Oh, you know what it is? It needs to be, the start needs to be from the object because we offset it already. Hold on, cancel. So I need to extrude this, and this. Here, let me first do from the start. It's going to be from the object, from there. And then I need to go out to -2. And then I also need to add to it that. There we go. A little order of operations trickery there. Oh yeah, I didn't do the chamfer. I wonder if I could have chosen that. Nah, it's fine. I can just do the chamfer again. Let's go back to, where's my edge? There we go, this one. And then apparently holding control. Oh yeah, I need to, Well, we'll just do a separate operation. So. That, and that. And then we know that it's 3. Oh God, what did I misclick? That's 2. There you go. Just because we remember the numbers. Okay. There we go. So with a 0.2 millimeter thing, I guess what I can do is just take these and here, let's take, let's round these. It doesn't really matter because this is going to print against the bed, but I don't know, feels better for me to do it this way. Ta-da! I don't need to get too fancy with that. Hey, Pyroesp subbing, saying boo. I caught it before it made noise. Before the board came to life. Let's put Pyroesp up here for the 29th month. Damn. Thank you so much for all the support, man. Really appreciate you. Bop, 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 bop. I'm escaping the heat wave right now by being in here. This is the basement of the house, and so the central air pools down here, and I've opened the door to the unfinished part of the basement, which means that all that extra cooling that sort of like revolves around the central air unit is bleeding into this room, and I'm actually cold. I'm cold, and it's technically 90 degrees outside, although I would assume that it's probably around 100 and something because of the sun. I'm cheating. The upstairs area is probably a lot more balmy than it is down here. Oh my God, Pyro, what the? Pyro's all the way on the side of the board here. Pyroesp! It looks like Oiroesp. Oiroesp, welcome to the board. Good on ye. Thank you for subbing. The P didn't come through all the way. Art Splunge, thought I'd go along for the burn board ride. Well, let's see if you accidentally, if you bop anybody along the way. Art Splunge, waiting for the Twitch API. Well, it looks like you're all the way at the top of the vertical span. You did not end up blasting anybody. Waiting on Art Splunge. Thank you so much for subbing. Art Splunge for 22 months. That is amazing. Thank you so much. Oh, the cooling system's on. Be neat to light up some of these components with like blue and orange LEDs and have it like change color as the computer heats up. That's a little bit much for my skill level at the moment. Diffusing LEDs and somehow hiding them in these various pieces that are just supposed to be sort of like veneer. I know people do that kind of stuff all the damn time, but it's kind of out of scope for us right now. Plus, I don't need a ton of LEDs in my computer. It would be kind of fun, but I'd rather it not be, you know, completely illuminated. Art Splunge, you're by Dat Dietz and Mother Meat. What? M T'other Meat. What is that screen name? Anyway, M to the M Leet. M to the M Leet? This board is a couple years old at this point. This is not... What concerns me the most, Velusip, is that this board is filling up. And, oh boy, lumber is not at a good price spot right now. This is solid maple. It's 4 planks of maple that I glued to one another. And I'm going to have to do it again. I'm gonna have to do it again in order to put together another board. My thought was there is a live edge board place on the way to Home Depot, so I could do that. Home Depot started to actually have live edges, and I should have bought one a while ago. The thought was that we could do a live edge and then somehow figure out how we're gonna mask out the edges of the live edge board. But I don't know. It depends on where we get. Burn the Subs 3 not coming along as fast as it could, because I got other projects like this one suddenly coming up. So, will the BTS stop when it's full? When it's full, it's gonna start taking days to place names, then weeks, and then when it hits weeks to place a name, we gotta pull the plug. We gotta take Burn the Subs off of life support soon. But it's still going. It's getting old, but it's still going. We have a theoretical upper limit of how many names it takes until it stops being able to place one. But it's able to try so many places at once that it's pretty good at what it does. We'll just have to see. The way the previous board died is that we had a couple names that took multiple days to place. And then after that, there was like, people were trying to kill it. People were doing like batches of 5 names. And then the batch of 5 names wouldn't go through. And then it did. And then we kept going a little bit further than that. And then one name just stuck in there for too long. I think it was a long name, and so long names are harder to place when the thing gets full. That was with the previous software, though. This one really hunts for a place to put the name, and the names are quite small. So, who knows? Okay, so I think this part is done and ready for printing. Now, technically it's not gray, it's like kind of like a baby blue. I tried to get the color right in Fusion, but I didn't get it quite right. But yeah, this will be what houses that piece, and then it's going to be printed in purple, and it's going to have the pieces of printed in Peepo, printed in purple, and then it's going to have little pieces of this plastic fan grill in it, just to kind of break up the look a little bit. I'm wondering if I need to reprint this so that this window is the right size. That window is evenly sized with the side. I'm not going to worry about it right now, but I can edit the parts very easily. So last step for me. Why are you doing this? Going to appearance. Now here's the trick. Here's the trick with Fusion. If you just do this and I just drag and drop the appearance like into my colors, and then I drop it over here, what's going to happen is it's not going to be able to, or sorry, it won't give that appearance to all the faces of this thing. It's so weird. So I think it's a bug, but you just click back and forth, and then that goes here, and then that goes here, and here. Now I don't have a stand-in for that grading, so I can't fully represent what the grading is going to look like. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to, you know, sub in that material for the little window thing. It'd be cool if I knew how to do that, but I don't. The repeating patterns are like absolute hell on this software, so. But yeah, so it's gonna look like that, although with grading over the ends. And actually, should I put screw holes in the top of it just to make it look fun? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So let's see, should I do a sketch on the face? And then I can do a 4mm and then a 2mm. So we'll do a new sketch on the face. What the? Why are you? Oh, yeah, because I got this open. Close that. Create sketch. And then I'm going to go from this corner. So construction line. And then what distance do I do that in there? Because I need a 4mm. I need a 4mm circle. So what is the... It would be from here to there. No, it wouldn't. It would be the end of the square. Oh, look at that. It's doing little alignment things for me. Halfway there. That's not quite what I want. Take it from center of this to center of this, and then put it in the middle. Oops, that's a circle. What am I doing? Control Z, all the things. Everything go away. I don't know if it should be driven by this, but if I do that and then do a non-construction 4mm, and then I do a, what are these? What are the ones that I'm going to use? These are just decorative, by the way. Really squeezing in there, yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of space on the board these days. What happened to my calipers? Oh, they're there. Way off in the wings. There, back you guys up a little bit, just to keep this on screen so people know that something like a computer actually exists around here. This is such a weird project because it's like, I don't know, I'm trying to like push beyond like what a computer is, you know? Symmetry from top to bottom is hard on the OCD. Yeah, see, it's an actual PC with PC stuff. It's not a new PC. God, I wish it was. 1.85. I mean, these are 2. So if I do 1.8, that'll be a pretty frictiony fit. Like that. And then I'll have to file the screw down. I'll have to file the screws down, which is really weird. But a necessary evil. I'll just do them one at a time. All right. I'll just do them one at a time. It's only 4 holes. Can't hurt you. 1.8. And then 2. Or no, 4. 1.8 and 4. That's what these cap heads are. These are purely decorative. I don't know. It's fun. Whatever. This is the kind of thing you do on Twitch and people judge you. When you do it alone, people don't judge you. That's going to be out of the way of that corner, right? Yeah. By all means, if I broke down the board, I could probably add screw posts to the corners. No, it's not a right angle extension. It's actually a 3M PCIe X16 riser cable. Okay, so that's that sketch. Finish that, and then take this, and this. And I'm going to screw those -1. And then The sketch goes away. Bring it back. Extrude. Ish. Ish. Ish and ish. That goes -2. So I've got these poser fake screw holes in this thing. Oh no, do I have to worry about this? Probably not. It's gonna print a little funky if it's like that, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. Although I could push those out towards the edge a little bit more. Nah, you know what? I'm not gonna worry about this. I'm not gonna worry about this. It might affect things a little bit. It might this edge might print out a little weird because there's gonna be janky support structure to hold up that screw hole, but it's all gonna get covered over by the screw, which I'm gonna have to file down to be 1 millimeter deep. Oh God. I don't know. It'll make it look fun though. And then of course, because we're cheating, the screw holes in the bottom, those get the full 2 millimeter, but they're larger screws. They're ones that I use less often. Oh wait, what happened to my chamfer that I put on them? Why'd that go away? Did I not click OK on it? Well, it doesn't matter if they're chamfered or not. There, whatever. Okay, that's it. That's that part. I was considering it, yeah. Cut the whole cap head and just glue it. It's that fake. Yeah, so that's our fancy purple box that's gonna hold all that stuff. I wonder if I should move the seam to be up halfway. That way I can print them both. What's that distance? Oh God, it's 49.7. So I did that 14, didn't I? $12. $24. Oh God, wait, did it make it large? No, it didn't. Okay, that's still the same dimensions? It just looks different in my head. Okay. That just, they're not the same distance, but it means that I can print them both. That's how my PC gets power input from it. So that's 120 volts from the wall, and then this is the rest of the PC case. Now that's this thing is for basically what's inside of this block are 2 giant capacitors, 2 of these guys, and I potted the whole thing in rubber. So the 3-pin connector is how those capacitors interact with the rest of the circuit. Because it needs giant filter capacitors in order to function properly, which sucks. I really wish it didn't need that. But it needs these huge filter capacitors to function properly and give me that blisteringly large amount of 12 volts. And so in order to house the capacitors, I potted it because it's a 300 volt DC block. 300 volts DC in these. It's like, Jesus Christ, what do I do with this? So I potted it so that it wouldn't short out on things. I didn't have a 3D printer back then. What is the part number of this thing? It's like VI 300 or something like that. Where's my browser window? Hold on. Vicor. Actually, wait, is it in my, it might be in my files. Data sheets, maybe? Projects, yeah, that should be stream. Data sheet. Vicor, any of these look like Vicor? Nope. Yeah, I really should have saved some stuff from that. Let's see, PSU. No, I think it's out here. auto ranging rectifier, and yeah, here it is, 300 mini family VI arm. Designing a high power parallel arrays with power range modules. From Vicor, VI chip, PRM regulators, and VTM current multipliers can be configured in parallel to allow for blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, here's the circuit. That's not it. This is the wrong application note. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is the wrong application note. This isn't the right one. Close. I think I've got the right one in this directory, though. I have to kind of squirrel away this stuff, otherwise... Yeah, this is the more advanced ones, and I need to learn how to use those someday. It'll probably be pretty expensive, though, if I redesign all my crap with that. So that's not the right one. Auto-ranging rectifier... yeah, here we go. So the auto-ranging rectifier, that's one of the modules. Nope, that's not the application note. Okay, hold on. We'll get there. DSVI ARM, that's just the auto-ranging family. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, here's the circuit. So here's the circuit. I got the hold-up box. So this is what we're trying to hide, is the hold-up box. HUB. On the output of the 300 volt, you have an enable, a V plus, a V minus. These two capacitors are the Panasonic ones. So C7 and C8. Film cap 0.61 microfarad. That's only if you separate this by a certain distance. So R1 and R2 are the bleed resistors. R1 and R2. 150K, half a watt. C1 and C2 are the hole-up capacitors. So we've got, what, 1500 UF, 200 volts. I don't know how I figured out. 1100, 1300, 1600. Yeah, so that, based on the power requirements, that's how I decided on those parts. And there are the diodes, the little shotkeys that we had to put into the things, the fuses that I had to put in, the diodes that I have just for fun. Well, it's 200 WV, so I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's the amount of volts on these things. They haven't exploded. I think they're above 200 WV. What does that mean? Working volts, same as regular volts. Huh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. They haven't exploded, so... Whatever I did, I very carefully considered what I was doing. So, unless they're different caps, which they actually might be. Let's see. No, that's what they are. Yeah, I don't know why I came up to that conclusion. Oh, because they're not working at 300. They're not across the terminals. Yeah, these work on like 200 volt MOVs. Each of these are 200 volt MOVs. Yep. So yeah, that's anyway, that application note, this one, the DSVI ARM. This is the application note for the whole thing. The auto ranging rectifier modules up to 1500 watts. I basically just based all the hardware off of this stuff. Basically did just what they told me to do. So I have two 25 amp modules OR'd together as you do, so they can talk to one another and figure out how much power output is needed. Now what I don't have is a filter module for the input from the wall. So I would like that, which is why I bought these. And if I can include this, I will. It might not fit. I'm printing up a new backplate right now to see if it fits. This is a complicated project, and I, thank you guys for sticking with me for this, because this is not normal PC stuff. We're not PC around here. weird alternate computer builds that don't make any sense, that routinely confuse chat and make them scared. But yeah, so we're hiding the fasteners underneath this thing. We're hiding the fasteners underneath this thing because I'm not going to use tape or anything like that. We're going to stand it up straight so it takes up less room. It's going to sit right here. And I will potentially have the Nixie tube thing sitting in front of it. The decorative current meter display. And I'll be able to move that behind the grating if I want to. And then I'll have room for the buttons all the way on the sides. But I'm not going to include this yet, right? That's not going to go in yet. So that'll be there. This will be here. It's too bad the carbon fiber substrate, the platen that I have on everything, is not very visible in this build. Those will go there. I'm not going to be dropping all the cables down beneath this because it'll be too much work at the moment. I need a dam over here to block these very high voltage film, the 150 volt film caps, from shorting out on the on this data cable right here. This thing's running at like 1.4 volts, and then it's going to get an order of magnitude more voltage if something goes wrong. Ooh. That's not a good story. So did they talk about cable length in this thing? Can I not extend the cable length? We are looking at, well, distance. Now, length. C1. Or no, hold up module. Hold up, what was it called? Hold up something or other? Hold up box, so hub. The warning time is not depending on hold up capacitor calculators available on the Vicor website. Hub calc. Ride through time, let's see. Yeah, somewhere in the, oh man, I can't find it right now, but somewhere in the documentation they tell you like the distance that you can run, and I don't know if I kept this calculated to that. I hope I don't run into any problems. I really am only extending this by like a couple centimeters, but that's still, it needs like this. It needs like this much more, like 3 centimeters. But yeah, that's the Vicor stuff. Good thing I saved all that documentation, but okay. So that's ready to print. We made that part. Now, my printer is currently printing something, and I don't want to change filaments or anything, so we need to move on to the next thing. How much longer do I have in that print? I thought it was at like 30%. I was like, oh no. No, we still have another hour, so. What? Oh, does your thermal camera show heat flow? It depends on the material. If you want to see heat propagate through metal, remember that you're looking at emissive heat, because this is literally only capable of looking at long wave infrared. And long wave infrared is only present when something is emitting heat. So right now my hand is emitting heat. My skin emits heat differently depending on whether or not the big vein is sitting underneath things. So you can see where the veins in my hand are. This is also, it also ranges to what's in the area. So if I do want to show heat propagate through a material, Jesus Christ, at least on the surface, what do you want? This thing is interrupting me in the middle of a stream. No, it's because it's not getting data for some reason. I think that probably means I need a little bit more insulin, but it shows I was riding the line, so I think I'm gonna just gonna tough it out. I need to redo the glucose sensor thing. It always does this on the Tuesday stream, huh? The things last 10 days, so. But yeah, if you want to show heat propagate through something and you have like a heat source in a material, depending on the material, it may show it or not. It might just reflect the heat. Yeah, I'm diabetic. I'm type 1 diabetic. So like you can see where I've touched this material, and this is carbon fiber, which conducts electricity, but it also doesn't reflect heat. Metal objects will reflect heat to the point where they are pretty much a mirror. So if I hold this ruler, this stainless steel ruler, up to the camera, you'll be able to see the thermal imager in pretty good detail. And if I hold it up a little differently, you can see, well, the bottom of my beard. There's the rest of me. It looks like I'm wearing sunglasses, even though I'm not. But yeah, that's thermal cameras. If this device, if this piece of metal were to get hotter than, what does it need to get hotter than again? I forget. At a certain point, this will start emitting long-wave infrared better than it is reflecting it. It'll emit more than it is reflecting. I think that's what the point is. So if it gets hotter than whatever the reflection of my desk lights are right there, then this will start to glow like my hand does. But for now, it is reflecting stuff. And also keep in mind that the module is auto-ranging, so the difference in temperature is yeah. Even though it looks like my hand is made out of molten lava, it's not. That's just the Lepton color scheme. By the way, if you see something that uses thermal imaging and you see these colors, that is a copyrighted color scheme. If you use that color scheme on a different thermal imager and you try to sell it on the market, they could probably come after you. No, I am not a glowing one. I'm not a glowing one from Fallout New Vegas. A feral ghoul. Are you allowed to use that word? All right, so the back plate for the graphics card, very close to done printing. The other thing that I need on the graphics card is something in the front. Yeah, hey Demi. Bin gears, nice Noctua fan. It's a Noctua cooler. It's a 1U Noctua cooler. Done really well on this processor, but if I use my Ryzen build, this will not work. And I can either get a much taller cooler, which I can't afford, or I'm going to go over to water cooling for the next one. My thought was, look at all the space I've got right here. Oh, I could water cool. It's going to be a little different than that when I water cool. Similar, but just a little bit different. Rebuilt my son's PC last fall, 2060 with Ryzen. I've got a 5950X that's like ready to go, sitting in the wings. And I guess I could hook it up to this, but I don't have a cooler for it because I was going to go balls out on a water cool build that was still going to be able to use this power supply, barely, right? It would barely, the Ryzen build, more heat, more watts, all that stuff. It would still be able to utilize this, but I don't got nothing, man. I'm redoing my regular gaming PC, and we'll revisit that when I can find a graphics card. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. I'm building 2 AMD setups for my kid. My total without the GPUs is now 2,400. Ah! USD. Ah! God, that sucks. I'll drink some water while I'm here. Thermals look a little weird. Why is it so warm over here? Oh, it's just because that's where my arm would rest. 1200 without GPU. Yeah, I forget what I spent on the motherboard and the RAM and everything, but I kind of went balls out on it. So it wasn't cheap, that's for sure. I don't plan on spending that money again. All right, so the front of the graphics card needs to be held down because of the nature of the system that I'm building here. So, because yeah, the PETG on the back here is only 2mm thick. So this will flex if I let it, and the front of the graphics card would just bump up against the bottom platen up there, which isn't a bad thing, but I'm not going to allow that. So back here, what I need to make is essentially what we made for the bottom of this thing. So I need to have something that goes under the graphics card and supports it, and then comes up and just has like something to just latch on. And I'm thinking like right here is a good spot. So if I have something that fits into this part of the graphics card. Now, I don't have a 3D model of this card. Why are you looking at me? There's the mouse cable is on the Stream Deck, and so I ended up hitting the button to focus the camera arm, and it went to the super close up, and I'm like, stop looking at me weird. All right. So how can I tie that in and make it look like sort of the same style as everything else in the case? Which, I mean, it's not everything else. It's like 2 components, but I do have a chance to really kind of like drive home this style of thing, right? I could make them all look different, and then there would be no unified look to the case at all. Now, I need to make something that looks kind of similar. So this thing's sitting here. It's really going to be a big open spot until I make that Nixie tube thing, huh? So that's going to be its own thing. And then up here, we've got a base plate, and then we have 2 arms that come up on either side of it. And it doesn't need much of a base plate, to be honest. But I can print that vertically and split it at the top. So let's start in on a new device here. I think I already have the file. I'm gonna try to keep it simple so I don't hate myself after this. Graphics front bracket. That's the file where it's meant to go, but there's nothing. Oh, did this Control S. There we go. That's more like it. Okay. So I gotta print that later. Front bracket. Why is this version 2? Weird. Version 2. I haven't even started on this thing yet. Oh yeah, can I delete this yet? Yes. Yeah, good. All right, good. Now the 3D model that I have for the card is for the GTX 10 series. It's like the Founders, which, you know, I got the 1080 FTW, so there's, you know, all bets are kind of off on this one, right? Now the China are banging heads in on Bitcoin miners. They hope the prices will drop more, but the chip productions are catching up. Yeah, it's still slow. I'm gonna be really annoyed when, like, the day I finish this and I have a gaming PC again, I'm gonna be able to buy like a 6900, right? You know that's gonna happen. You know that's exactly what's gonna happen. I'm gonna finish this, and that day I'll be able to buy the graphics card, which means that this will suddenly become obsolete. I guess not suddenly, because I'd still have to engineer a lot of the other stuff, but anyway, okay, so we need a plate that's going to basically be like a C-clamp on the thing, and then on the back end, I guess I'll do the grating. So how's that gonna print from the base? Oh, I hate printing screw holes vertically though. I don't like doing that. It would be best if the screw holes. What do you think the ETA is? What, on this project? I'm terrible at project time estimation. I'm not totally sure about that. I'm trying to finish this thing as soon as possible, but how the hell did you pay MSRP? So I think what I want are, we need a 2mm base plate, and then we need the stuff coming up at, you know, the chamfer angles and stuff coming up from it. Should they be open? Yeah, I think they should be. So I think maybe what I can do is have an unfinished face just right on the outside of it. That's gonna look bad. Or if, you know what, if I just do a big C-clamp on the front here. So it'll be just like a big thick C-clamp that just comes up and sort of overlaps this, but barely, and then goes down and goes under it just a little bit to support the card. Could I ask a really dumb question about hardware Arduino? Go for it. No guarantee I'm gonna be nice, but you can go for it, and I'll see what let's see what we got. Also, the fact that you're even asking if you can ask the question means that you're probably going to be polite about it, which is fine. Trying to build a dispenser that I can program when to open. So I have an Arduino Uno, bought a servo. Okay. You can get a servo library for the Arduino that'll help you control it. I don't know, what's your proficiency level? How skilled are you at this stuff? Are you is this all totally new to you, like 100%? I have some wires, question mark. Oh no. Baby steps. So the first thing you're gonna want to do is you're a programmer. Oh, okay, so you understand why you would do a hello world. Yeah, going about an Arduino project from nothing, look up a servo tutorial. That'll walk you through some of the stuff that you need to do in order to get it together. There should be code snippets on something like that. There are libraries that you can involve with the Arduino that'll help you control the servo. The hardware side of it is more complicated, but with a servo, it's pretty much just plug it into power and then plug it into one pin on the Arduino. Then you tell the Arduino, I've got a servo plugged in here, and this is what I want to do with it. And so from there, you can start to bring in stuff and evolve it. But start hello world, servo tutorial, because once you get hello world and you actually get the physical computing part of it, that's where the magic happens, right? The magic is I am doing physical computing. I am taking stuff from the coding world into the physical world, and now everything is cooler. Yeah, and also my Discord is a wonderful resource that you can utilize in order to ask all of the completely inane questions that you need to in order to get you to where you need to go. Yeah, tutorials are going to be everything in Arduino. Everybody and their dog has done every project ever created on the Arduino. The possibilities are infinite. All you need to do is find a tutorial that speaks to the way you learn, and then you can put that stuff together and get done what you need to get done. I misspelled hello world and gave up on programming. Mine's usually hello whirl or hello worlder or something like that. I always just kind of like, yeah, that. So yeah, servo stuff is like super easy in the Arduino. Getting the first thing you want to do is just get somebody else's code working. Yeah, that timing was actually absolutely perfect. All right, anyway, oh, that's the wrong scene. That's the scene we never see. This one's forbidden. Forbidden scene. Okay. Yeah, try some things out. Message in Discord if you're stuck. Absolutely, man. No, Mako, that's how you get banned from ever programming. If you do a hello world. Ugh. Okay, we need a sketch. Where are we going to start our sketch? Verboten! It is not possible! That's how a friend of mine described like German sensibilities, is like when he visited Germany, people would describe things as being not possible if it was like breaking a law. It's not that you can't do it. It's not that you'll get caught. It's that is not possible. It is not possible. Okay, so this needs like a C-shaped bracket. So I'm thinking I can do something. I mean, basically, I'll do one flat solid and then two pawls coming, P-A-W-L-S, coming out of the front of it. And then the bottom, I need kind of like a base that'll support things, because we've got to hold up the entire front and not allow it to wiggle back and forth. Although it really kind of won't. It might do that a little bit unless we keep it, you know. And also, if I'm printing it and I print that piece flat against the bed, then my screw holes are going to be going vertically up from the flatness of the bed, which I don't really like. It's not very good. Maybe we should design the part and we can figure it out from there. We should just get started, right? So what I'll need is, let's go from the bottom platen of the computer. I keep using that word. I keep using that platen word. Platen, verboten. None of these are right. None of these are how I'm using it. Platen or platen is a plap, 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 plop, 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 plip, plop, plop, plippity, ploppity, ploop, ploop, plip, plop, plip, plop, 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 cause an impression in letterpress. Plip plop also may refer to a typewriter roller which friction feeds paper into plop below the type bars or plop head. It can ploop with a ploop, 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 or it can refer to the rotating disc used to ploopity, ploopity, plop. I gotta stop using that word. I gotta stop using that freaking word. A flat plate. Okay, maybe I don't have to stop using the word. I can still use the word. I always kind of, in my adult life, I need to check up on the words that I commonly use, because you'll end up talking in either internet speak with all those shitty internetisms, or you'll end up misusing words in the way that I do, which is a horrible embarrassment. Yeah, anyway. When your dad went to like a prestigious English university and you misuse words and he calls you out for every single fucking one, maybe you guys will understand how I feel. Anyway, okay. Getting out of Oh Bother Psychology 101. What are my dimensions on this thing? Well, let's make it go to the outer edges of... What I want to do is I want to key into this piece right here. This little angled piece. Because this way I can have two, like, semicircular things sticking forward from that thing. You don't use POG in real life. Sorry, I just threw up in my mouth a little. All right. So these are all kinds of weird angles, this thing. But I can put two, like, just like things on it, right? It doesn't actually even need to go that far into this. So let's go all the way out to here. So that's 48 millimeters wide. Word of the day is oaf. What? 48, and then the end of this thing is 3.4. So 3.5 thick. Hold on, I'm about to... Oh yeah, no, Pogs were, we're gonna do this for you for a second here. Pogs were for, what is it, guava juice. Pineapple and guava. No, pineapple, orange, guava. In Hawaii, pineapple, orange, guava, P-O-G. Pogs were the discs that went at the top of the pineapple, orange, guava juice container and gave it the seal. And they would print cool stuff on there. And then people said, let's stack them all together and then let's fucking rip-roar, like throw this fucking piece of metal at it and see how many, and they made the whole game after that. I had a friend who was very into Pogs back in the day. That was back when fads were the fad. Okay, so Pog origin story, yep. Pog Champ got his start, I think, doing something with Pogs on Twitch. And then he became an awful person. So yeah, at that, we've got 50 millimeter, 3 millimeter. So we're going to be, yeah, 10 millimeter. So 10 millimeter deep for that. So this will be, let's see, this will be the, what am I keying this off of? Hold on. So the two PAWLS are going to be 8-ball slammer, yeah. Okay, I got to pay attention for a second here, guys. Just give me a sec here. This will be the, we'll just start it here at origin. At least Pogs is physical and not, yeah, and not digital gambling. So 50 by 10. Well, 7. 50 by 7. Not 107. 50 by 7 millimeters. This is going to be the shoulder thing that goes up. And then under the shoulder thing that goes up, because that's going to be 50 millimeters, that should be enough to give this thing, yeah, a good amount of plate. And then inwards, I will have it go, let's go 20 millimeters. So from here, let's do a 3-point. 3-point rectangle. Nope. 3-point. U, origin, and then we go up, what did I say it would be? 20. Up 20. That's our base plate. Why does it take so long to figure that out? That's our base plate. And then the pawls. What in the hell is that? That's a first chat. Jesus Christ. I don't think it's a bot. I think he's making a joke. Maybe. Or did he spill something on his keyboard? What's your opinion on consumer drones dropping explosives? You know how expensive a drone is? They can't lift all that much either. You're not going to get good yield for anything. No, it's whatever. Plus, I can't really talk about that kind of stuff, man. That's not... Can't really talk about that. I guess I'm not going to have side pieces on it because I don't need them. I'll just have a front piece on it, which means I'm going to be blocking some of the cool looking graphics card stuff in the front here. There's like heat pipe stuff right here. I'll be covering the EVGA logo. Oh no, it's illegal. No, it is not only against TOS. It's not against NDA. I don't have a non-disclosure about it. I have a top secret security clearance that I had, and so that's privileged information, and if I share it, I'm gonna fucking get arrested. So, fuck that, man. Anyway. I've seen people strap fireworks to drones. It's so weird. All right, so the very ends of this thing are the very ends of basically these inlays, like these two sides of this piece, because I'm going to use that to hold this down. I could actually... It would actually be kind of funny if I used this screw hole on both sides of the graphics card. There's a little screw hole right there. I don't know how much I can trust that to be load-bearing, though. So I'm just going to make it like a big bracket. And I guess I'll do screws at the top of the bracket to hold that in. Screws at the top of that bracket to hold it in. Yeah, he's not a fucking peon like I am, man. You know how they throw the book at people who don't matter? Please. Plus, I don't want to disclose anything. I don't want to talk about that stuff on Twitch. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, anyway. For what is this? This is for my gaming computer. So I'm reskinning my gaming computer so that it's got more of a look to it. It looks more like a, you know, something cool. So let me see here. So what do I want as the thickness of those two pieces? It's really just kind of like up to supposition here. I mean, I don't really, like, I can make these 5 and then I can kind of like give them an angle. So if I do 5 on those, sticking into there, that should be fine. So if I take this from the very edge and I go over, oh yeah, how far? Yeah, 10 millimeters, so 10 by 5. And then, why is that undriven? It probably doesn't, wait, now it is drip, wait, what? Okay, hold on. This here, 10, 5. There it is. Okay, that was weird. So 10, 5. And those are the two little things that'll hold everything together. Okay, that looks like the beginnings of what I'm trying to do here. I could do, no, we'll do a sketch on a face for that. So, okay, there it is. Look, it's a bracket. So we're going to extrude this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece, and this piece, 2 millimeter. Ta-da! We're done. No, we're not. Actually, no. Control Z. I'm just going to extrude this 2 millimeter. And then we're going to Why do I have 2 sketches already? What is sketch 1? What are you doing? Delete. Okay. So now we need to go all the way up to where those 2 little arms are going to be. Which I've got spacers under the graphics card right now, holding it up. The distance that we're trying to make work here I mean, it's probably about the thickness of these spacers that I used. Where's that one? I saw it a minute ago. Ow, hit my head. Didn't actually hurt. I just hit it. Here it is. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Well, like under there, I've got these little See those little spacers? So those are probably, I think, about 2 millimeter. Let me make sure I can like get one out here. Okay, there we go. These might be 3 actually. Just that little spacer right there. Let's measure that, because that's what I've just been using for now. Yeah, these are 3. I don't know, 3 might be too much. Let me see. Well, 3 is what I have right now, so... Oh yeah, that's actually too little. Yeah. Well, that's fancy. So what is that distance then? All right, so here's what we need to find out. I need to get this thing, I need to get the graphics card out of the case, because I need to find out what I've defined the front distance as. It's actually kind of difficult to remove, too. Yeah. It's going to be kind of a weird operation to take this thing apart. And this keeps getting scratched up, which I really don't like. That little part of the PCIe. Okay, that distance is the distance that we need, basically. So from here to here. So let's measure that. This is exactly what I need. I just need this. Calipers, they're there. It is 2, but these things are 3 and they're up in the air. I wonder if maybe it's just getting like tweaked a little bit. That's 2.2. 1.9. It's 2. It's 2. There's no other way to look at it. Unless I like press down the thing a little bit, which I don't want to do. That's definitely 2. 2 millimeter. I'm using PETG, which is much higher temperature. It prints at 250 degrees Celsius. So if my 3D prints are melting, I have a big problem. Big, big, big problem. What's up, Pickle Liquor? How you doing? Hey, Ben, man. Wow, I'm scratchy. God damn it. That might, yeah, it's like for some reason my audio jumps up a bunch and gets like much louder. I don't know what does that. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So yeah, 2 millimeter is what we want from the bottom there. And then 2 millimeter plus whatever the height of the graphics card is until we get to the place that I need the thing to be. So somewhere between 37 and 39, because there's a little like rise in the thing right here, right? Which I'll have to deal with. I don't know how I'm going to deal with that. Yeah, let's just call it 37. Well, that's 37.8, so maybe 38. Yeah, 38. Because I can always put something like, I can put like a piece of foam on there because I don't want it to scratch up my graphics card. So actually, we probably should have extruded the whole thing. So 2 millimeter, and then extrude not you. I said not you. What were we going to do it again? I forgot what the number was. Was it 38? Was it 38? I forget. I don't remember numbers. Yeah, 38. This one's going to be a pain to tweak and tune. So start on an object, the top of this thing, and we're going to go a distance of 38. I made this hideous looking post. And then I'm going to make a separate object. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're going to start it at an object. And then we're going to go for 3? Let's go 3. Make it a new body. 3's a little tall. But then I can put 2 screw holes in that, and that's how this will go together. So I want to have that top piece unscrew so that I can put you know, different stuff in there, you know. Now, why did I go a full 10 millimeter? I don't know why I did that. This could be a lot thinner. And it probably should be, although I don't want... let me think about that. No, we'll do... Okay, so I'll keep this in line with the look of everything else. So I want a new sketch on this face. And that was 3 millimeter, right? Actually needs to be taller than that if I'm going to do... We're in the same situation that we were before, only this one I want to actually put a screw in. So what is the maximum depth that I can get out of that? See, it doesn't need to hold it down. Like, I don't need a big screw on here because the graphics card is... This thing is not going to be like in a race car or anything like that, right? Well, I mean, technically it will be for a little bit, but it's not going to be like rattling around all over the place. So 7.7 is the max depth of... So basically 8 millimeters is what I have to work with the screw. But actually, I could make the slot go all the way to the top because this thing is going to print flat on the bed. Hold on, I'm just thinking about this. Hey, what's up, The Glitch? How you doing? I could technically sink screws in the bottom piece to hold it together. What am I doing? I'm making a front like C-shaped clamp for the front of the graphics card. It'll go up here and it'll hold this in the front of the computer so that when I move this thing around, it's not going to go all over the place. Because part of this computer is driving it to friends' houses. This is my redo of my gaming computer. That's going to be very difficult to fit in the future. So like if this thing is down and even with that, this will only be up 2 millimeter because that's what it is on the back side, even though the base plate can press down. And then I'll have a support underneath this come up, and then it'll just barely lock into those 2 edges on the front, these 2 edges right here. Just a computer, yeah. I'm just thinking about how these different pieces are going to go together. I could practically make this thing 2 millimeter thick and it won't really get in the way. How thick did I make it? I made it so that I can't adjust that thickness, though. That's the problem. Yeah, it's 10 millimeter. I think that's okay, actually. I think that'll be okay. So what I'm thinking about is how this thing is going to print from the printer. And I think what I want to do is leave the back of this open. Although I could print... Actually, no, I can't. That would be too weird. This isn't a replicator. Troglodyte Guy says, I'm enjoying this and preparing to put all my CNC router controls in a Pelican case with a screen-in lid. Oh, cool. Yeah, so there's Open Builds also sells a little controller that's pretty nice. But I, you know, the project of putting everything into a Pelican case is really cool. Is it going to be like a thin one? Let's put the chamfers on everything first, and then I can debate how I'm going to do screws. So what did I do in the other one? What was the distance here? See, this is the back plate for the GPU. And the reason that I had to do this is that the GPU back plate has the wings on it that are supposed to mount it, but they get in the way of the power connector. And then this is just to hide the capacitor brick that's required by my power connector. This really looks like it's an orthographic view. Everything really looks like it's an ortho view. But it's not. I don't understand. The perspective like feels weird to me now. It looks like it's getting larger over here than it is over here. But like when you go into ortho mode, then it's actually like that, and it really messes with your head. It's like, what the... This is not what things look like in isometric view. Ugh. I'm gonna be sick. Maybach fiberglass cases from the German army. Holy shit. That sounds pretty brutal. That's great. Mini PC, 4 Gecko drivers, power supply, breakout board, monitor, controller, and monitor, and 2 fans. So like everything is in that case. Holy shit. Yeah, that's cool. When I do something like that, I like to use control cabinets. So yeah, I was looking at this and trying to determine what some of the choices I made were and why they were bad. No, that's not the right one. Dude, let's go to sketch, this one. 6x6. Can I make screws work with a 6x6? I'll have to see. So then we make a sketch on this face, and then I take it with a construction line, 6x6, and then I go to the opposite end, same thing. 6x6. With no regard for the floor. Okay, so that, and then I make a box from corner to corner. Why is that undriven? What is going on with this? Oh, you bastard. Oh, did it drive itself? What is, okay. Ah, right. So the problem is that I didn't attach it to a point because there was no point there. It just happened to be an even number, so it looked like it went to a place, but it didn't. So if you guys didn't notice, what I did right here is the lines are blue. And they're not supposed to be, because I'm driving everything by dimensions. It's not like a freehand drawing, so I'm not freehanding it until it looks kind of right, which is totally acceptable to do sometimes for this stuff, but not in this case. So I'm trying to actually drive it by numbers, and I'm trying to have it locked to physical geometries of things that are actually there. In case I change that thing, if I change the height of the thing, this stuff will change its geometry accordingly. So what I did is I looked at the 6x6, and it looked like it was locked into a point on the corner, but it's not, because our sketch is on this face, and this face only goes up to here. It doesn't go here. This is technically, even though that's highlighting, this technically doesn't have it has a point. It has a point right there that I can highlight. I don't know. Anyway, technically it's not in the drawing. So what I need to do is, well, we could just do everything over again. Great. I can hit P for project, choose that dot, and now it's in the drawing. So I just chose that one point. You can take lines into projections and stuff like that. It actually really helps to take, like if you've got a 3D render of an electronics part, you can take the perimeter of the electronics part, and then you can do an offset of 0.2, and then you've got a slot that the thing fits in, right? So that's a lot of the fusioning. That's a lot of the way things are done in Fusion. So 6x6, take that, take this one, 6x6, 5x5, doing the pipe. All right, let's see, take that, hit X. The way I'm doing these dotted lines and the regular lines is by hitting the X key. The solid lines are things that the software is going to recognize as being actual design lines. So you can extrude them, you can do all kinds of other stuff with them. The dotted lines are construction lines, and they're there to do your spacing and sizing and stuff like that. They're sort of the geometry in the background that's going to drive your thing forward. So that's why I do these corners in construction lines, because then when I choose the solid that I want to extrude through or extrude with, then they're not going to be additional things that I need to highlight. So yeah, from here all the way over to here, and then I need a 1mm offset because of the style that I chose. We're going to go -1 on that one. Ghost Rider. So my next thought is, how am I going to get that panel in there? And the answer is from the other side, I guess. It's not going to be that complicated, because we're printing from the printer bed up. Because this will sit flat on the printer bed, then this piece will sit flat on the printer bed as well. There'll be two separate pieces that will make this thing up. So if this thing sits flat on the printer bed, actually I could make it a big square and have all 4 of the parts bolt in from the side. I actually like that idea better. Having bolt holes in the sides here and having these things bolt in. Actually, it would just be those two little tabs. Or actually, those could stay. And this one would want to bolt in. Or I could have just decorational bolts and just have everything print vertically. Holes, like screw holes in a vertical print are a little janky. You can kind of get away with them, especially if they're things that screws should grip. Been following you for over a year, but I don't know what to call you. Oh, bother, Mr. Bother, just, I don't know, bother, just, I don't know. Let's not get that personal, Bash Brannigan. Which case is mounting holes in the body and lid? Yeah, that's one thing is like if you're building something inside of a case, like you need like a base plate for everything because like otherwise you'll have bolt holes sticking out of everything. What you should do, like a regular controls cabinet does, is mount a metal plate to the back end of it. And then you can just use sheet metal, self-tapping sheet metal screws to put in things like a Picatinny rail. No, wait, not that. That's the wrong kind of rail. Weaver rail? No, it's a DIN rail. Some cases have special mounts for that from Pelican. Oh, that's pretty cool. Farts McGee. No! Let's combine these two. I don't need these. I don't need two objects in this. Ta-da! It was like 4 clicks. The problem is that I now have the seam line in here, but whatever. Okay, so I'm going to extrude this, and I'm going to do it all the way through. And then I'm going to extrude this, and I'm going to offset it. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. No, offset. Offset, -1, distance, mirror. And then what I can do is I can drop a little UV glue in the corner there to just hold it down, right? Some places sell epoxy on mounts. Yeah, the way they do it in controls cabinets is you have 4 big bolts in the corners that go to standoffs that I think are welded to the back of the case. But that way you can undo those 4 bolts and kind of get the whole panel out and then work on it, and you can put the panel back in. I don't know if it's recommended that you take the whole panel out, but anyway, that construction means that the backing has 2 layers. So if you use sheet metal screws, the self-tappers, all those pointy self-tappers just stick out into that negative space between the two. And it holds all your stuff up a little bit. The back can be smooth and it can mount to whatever it needs to. Air can flow around stuff. It's just how they do things. DIN rails are cool. DINs isn't. DINs is on my shit list. He's not. I'm just messing around. Let's see. So I guess what I want to do is stylize this thing, right? Make it look like it should, and then we can figure out where these screw holes are going to go. I could make this clap together as 2 layers, like split it vertically and have the front screw on for no reason. Nah. If I can print this as 1 block that's going to hold everything down. Although having it split up here for my purposes means that I can remove it and then pull the graphics card. Shouldn't need to ever pull the graphics card though, right? Or farts. Hey. I was going to go CNC Lexan to make it snazzy. Well, that's good too. That's a good way to do it. That's how I did the old laser show controller when I was in high school. I did a piece of Dayglow orange. No, I was a raver. I did Dayglow orange plexiglass or Lexan or whatever. And then I screwed all the control holes in that, and it was just basically like motors spinning mirrors. It was a fun project. It was so janky. Yeah, how do I want this to look? See, I mean, okay, so I can just knock off all the edges here. It doesn't look quite right, you know? Well, let me do the chamfering, and we'll see what it looks like after that. I don't need it to, like, I can remove that whole block if I want to move the graphics card, though. And then do it again. Here, 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 yeah, and yeah. I love how AutoCAD seems to manage to put the window right in your way every single time. And I suppose I could give it a little something something here and here, because those are still going to be visible. Oh yeah, this one too. Actually, I want one down here, technically. Well, no, actually on the front here. So we'll give that a little something. This whole thing is going to need tweaking. What does an inside edge look like? Ugh. That's a fairly boring look. That should be good. Get rid of the sketch that's in the way. And then let's give these a little tweak. It means that whatever lighting is present in that front of the graphics card is going to bleed through this, which I like. That's what I want. I want to talk to Samson. Just like that. And then down here, let's just be fancy. We're going to be fancy. Fancy dance. Ah! Okay. We'll hit this one, and then its buddy over here. I'll just go boop, boop, boop. There's that. And then we don't, actually, we need this sketch again. And I need screw holes in this thing. So this thing is 2 millimeters thick, which means I can use these guys, I suppose. I might have to cut them down a little bit, or put a washer around them, right? Graphics card never breaks. It's one of the first component overheating. Why need to pull them out easily? Hey, it's because I built this thing. I built this thing with no thought to the order of operations. That's why. Listen, when you're big enough to know about these things, you'll understand. I got nothing. That's Alice Graham. She's a female astronaut. Is it Graham? Wait a minute. Astronaut. Yeah, Alice Graham Baker. Dave Chappelle. All right, how far does this thing go through there? Where is my, there it is, carbon fiber plate. Go. Ah! Well, that's the second one of those that went on the ground, so I guess we're just gonna live with it. I already measured this thing a lot. I Googled it. Google may have lied to me. Yeah, it might have lied to me too. I'm not sure. Oh, that's what I thought it was. Google never lies. Yeah, you need to know exactly what question to ask it, but then it never lies. Okay, so let's go from, I guess from here, and I'll just go like, I don't know, 6x6. No, that's too far. 3x3, and then it's a 3 millimeter hole. So 3x3, 3 millimeter. Do I need more than 2? I don't think so. That thing's gonna be, Yeah, I probably do. It's going to make printing it a little bit more difficult, though. Well, let's put it in. Let's do 3x10. Because I can always measure these to get them right when I drill the holes. So 3x10. 3, and that's not a construction. And then 3 over here. So those will be the bolts that come from underneath that hold it together. That's a lot of bolts for what this thing is. I mean, it really is just like a platform for the thing to sit on. But then again, these will get longer bolts than these. So, yeah, I guess it works out. All right, finish the sketch. Get down here. Extrude 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to set these to 3 millimeters. And that'll just cut the top one, but then it'll cut like a hole in the bottom there. I don't really want to make this 2 parts because then it'll be really annoying to work with, right? I still don't know how this is going to print on the bed. These edges are going to look terrible. But that's okay, because it'll have kind of the look of everything else. Now, I think I'm gonna sink decorative screws into the front of this thing. It needs something, right? To break up the look. Otherwise, it's a little boring. So I'm gonna do the same thing and drop equidistant screws that are 4 millimeter by, looks like I have 3 millimeters here to play with, although the printer is going to insist on doing support structure all the way up through that, which is really going to look dumb. Yeah, as long as I'm consistent with the jankiness. All right, so let's do from here to here. Construction line from here to here. Here to here. Here to here, and then here to here, and then cycles. The center point, was that the center point? That's the center point, 4 millimeter. 4 millimeter, and then, ooh, that's gonna be, that might not work. That might not work. Might have to be a different distance. Oh, yeah, you know what it is? No, that's not... Okay, undo all this. Undo all this. Hold on, this is a mistake. Should never have come here. All right, here we go. So, new sketch on the face. New sketch on the face. And now I can actually measure it from the corner to the chamfer. Yeah, that's the idea. That's why I backed out on multiple parts for this. And I'll do screws on the front face. The only problem is if I want to like take the graphics card out. I mean, if I want to take the graphics card out, I'm gonna have to disassemble a lot more stuff than just this. So, all right, there we go. So now this center, that's still pretty tight. That's cutting it a little close, but I think it'll be okay. And then 2. Was it 2.8 or 2? I'm gonna have to get out another one of these screws, and then I'm gonna end up dropping it. For this one, I'm using these. Yeah, these are 2, right? Yeah, 1.8 for a really tight fit. Well, I got 1.69 on that one. No, not anymore. So technically that's 2, but yeah, 1.8 is probably the safe bet here. Why is it lagging on that? Maybe I just have too many things open. 1.8. The poor GTX 970 in this computer is having a fit. 4. 1.8. Does that look centered? It does seem like it's kind of far away. Well, whatever. Yeah, it's weird that the center point of that line is here. It really doesn't feel like the center point. I guess it is, but I don't know. Maybe I should have gone distant out from there. I thought I had even. See, those are even. So what's going on down here? Something messed up with the way that I did the corners. Let's finish that sketch. Let me just investigate. Ah, where are we? They're all 6 and 6. I guess I'm missing some because of the chamfer. Like 6 and 6, and then it was chamfered. Yeah, because this got pushed in a little bit. How come that looks so even though? Tops look more even than the bottoms. Actually, they don't. They're about the same. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. So yeah, it's just the difference in the way it was all calculated. It should be equidistant from the corner. Oh, because I went back on that sketch. Yeah. Don't draw the construction lines corner to corner. What are you talking about? It's because I chamfered it after figuring out where the holes go. So I could leave it like this or I could rebuild it. It's not going to be a big deal to rebuild it. I'm going to Control Z my way all the way out. Goodbye, all the work that I did. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Back we go. To where we'll do it properly. Oh, wait, no, I want to keep this work. Never mind. Let's go all the way back to the front. I mean, if I edit the sketch, that takes me back in time. Is that, wait a minute, but that's not how, oh, that's how I determined. So if I take this, and let's see. Let's redo the window. So I'm going to get rid of this. So yeah, we're not doing this. Which one was that? That one we're keeping. This one and this. Nope, that one we're keeping. Which one is that? That one is the... Yeah, where did I do the window? That's solid. This one, delete. And then this one, delete. And we're back to there. Okay. Save it. And then now we'll just edit this whole face as one thing. Create the sketch. And let's delete. There we go. Okay, there. Now we can do everything. Now we can do everything. So this, and I'll go from here to, and that's 6 by 6. Over here. 6 by 6. I don't know what Picklicker thinks I need to be doing. Well, no, it's not suppressing things in the timeline. It's they're not representative of the sketch. I mean, if I... How do you do it? You, like, lock things into place or something, and then you can... It's none of these features are complicated, so... None of this stuff is really complicated. I can just redo it. Actually, we don't know what that distance is yet. I've yet to chamfer this, so this can be its own sketch, or I could figure it out. Finish that sketch. Extrude. You. Through everything. You know, go 114 miles. View this sketch. Extrude this. Offset. -1. And then the distance is just going to be like... Bleh. Okay. There's that. Unview. Unview my heart. Okay, let's see. Modify, chamfer. No! No! This one, there we go. This one. Oh, why does the scale change? All right, and then this. And then this. This is where the drawing's going to start to rebel and go wrong. Oh, look at those screw holes. I got to move those in a little bit. I'll do that later. Nope. You, no. Come on. Right there. There it is. Got it. Got him. Yeah, I don't know what's with... It didn't... It's not like recognizing what I'm trying to orbit around and click on and stuff. Okay, so like that. There's that face. Now... Yeah, the thing is, like, I'd want it to be equidistant if both of those were chamfered, and I moved in from... Well, I guess from there to there, and then it'll just be... Yeah, okay. All right, I'm going to create another sketch. We'll just make a new sketch. So this sketch exists in the timeline after that one. They're messing with the timeline again. So the question is, I mean, I could do distance and try to get it right, or I can have it driven by the corner distance to that. And if I decide to put more of a chamfer in there, then that'll express that. But it might look a little off. At least now it's even. It's not like a different height and length. Rise over run. Oop, missed. I'll tell you guys, I suck at AutoCAD. I am really bad at this. If there's any perception of skill here, you should know that this came about just from stuff like this, trial by fire, of me just working on stuff. Work on a lot of projects, and I try to make them look professional, and so I end up doing stuff like this. These are purely decorative screws, by the way. That looks a little better. 1.8. A lot of work to do, huh? Ban. You get banned. Banned for that comment. You. Well, you can just see the outsides first. You, and you. -1. You, and you. This needs to go like 4, right? -4. Is that going to cause any weirdness? Now they're just going to kind of be like weird. I think I can take these all the way through, actually. I don't think there will be any repercussions for that. Yeah, these can go all the way through. That's nice. I mean, if I really wanted it to, I could have it sandwich the... I could split this and then have it sandwich the... grating in there. I actually kind of think I should do that. Here, let's do... I would need to make a plane where I can split it. But that would mean that I can print this facing upwards, and these holes won't be all jacked up. And also the angles will be good. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. So if I split this and have it in 2 parts for no reason other than just sandwiching one of those speaker grills in it to keep the consistency of the look of the rest of the design. We're getting weird. Everything's getting a little weird here, chat. Everything's getting a little weird. So how do I do a plane that's just intersecting, or like an offset plane, and then split it across that? I know there's the split command here. And actually what I want to do before I split it is take this sketch, this sketch, and I want to extrude this with an offset of -2. And then the distance is to object to here. No, it would be join to make that little impossible geometry. Wait, why isn't that? What happened there? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, huh? Eh? Did it, wait, what? Hold on. What? Why is it only on the tooth? Why is that pushed in so far? What's going on here? Cancel. Why did, what? Oh, wrong sketch. That's right. There's stuff left over in this sketch. That's what it is. Yeah, I'd left that one alone. All right, let's not trust that sketch ever again. It can't hurt us. All right, extrude this. Start offset -2. Distance to object here. That's more like it. It's a lot of wasted material, but whatever. All right. Just to be dumb, I'm gonna chamfer those inner ones. No, not the whole profile. What a weird looking thing this has become. I could pull those out so that they kind of match, but it doesn't need to. So what I'm doing is I'm going to split this on this back edge here. So let's see, split, body to split, this. Splitting tool, this plane. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Oh, that's not what I like to see. Well, that'll be okay. I think that'll be okay. I can push those holes further up, though. That's going to be kind of weird. Because that'll print against the bed. I guess it'll be okay. It's just a little strange. One little strange piece of geometry right there. Were the mounting brackets for the tiny little fans? No, not working on those yet. So these need to be moved in, and the other ones need to be moved somewhere. They need to be moved, yeah, up a little bit. So I can just go back to the sketch and do that. Assuming I can find the right sketch. So these were 3x10. Just make them 4x10. And then these are 3x3. What was the problem? They were on the split. So 4x3. Probably make them 5x3, but let's just see what that does. Yeah, that's a tough thing with all these different geometries in it. This print is going to be really weird because it'll be vertical. I don't want to make this into too many parts, you see. I want this to be just like a completely oh god, this looks bad. I need to center that. All right. Back to the sketch. It looks bad. It looks bad when it's not symmetrical. Okay, maybe that'll do. What do you guys think? Is my impossible geometry gonna come back and haunt me in the future? I mean, when I get down to the nitty-gritty and actually start printing this thing, it's gonna be annoying. But now what I've done is this face right here is not gonna be against the print bed, so it won't be weirdly shiny compared to everything else. All the weird shiny bits I'm sandwiching in between the two prints in this case, which would look pretty good. That means I'm going to get all the little ridges and stuff of the 3D print on this. And it'll be purple. It'll be purple. It'll be purple. So those two pieces right there should fall into the slots on the top of the graphics card. Hopefully I've got a little bit of extra space on it. I know that the height that I measured is this face right here. I could chamfer that up a little bit just to make it, you know, a little softer, but I don't think I want to. I think I want that to fit pretty cleanly onto the graphics card, even though it won't look great. Also, I don't know what the hell chamfer is going to do with all this. It's like building stuff in Space Engineers where you've got all these weird inner geometries and stuff for your angled walls. But yeah, that's going to make a little post that will hold up the graphics, will hold down and up the front of the graphics card. I think I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm going to save that and actually rename the bodies, by the way. Let's do, no, not caps lock. GFXCF RONT. Oh. Back. Graphics. C. Front. Save that. Look okay. Oh wait. We gotta do the last little. I don't have purple. I only have matte blue. So that's what I've been using to define the parts in all my drawings. It doesn't quite look right. It's not quite the purple. The purple's a little louder. I can change the color, but I just haven't bothered to do it. It's close enough, right? So graphics C back, graphics C front, graphics power IO, cap brick cover. I need to do cap brick bottom, cap brick top, and then I still haven't modified these brackets. Those brackets I might have to use for the grating too, to hold that up, the hexagonal grating that I bought. I don't know when that's going to get here though. So in order to 3D print these, like I said last time, you save as STL. Right click, save as STL, click OK, and then I'm just going to put them into this folder. So I'm saving all. I don't touch these settings. You know, you can do all kinds of different stuff with the settings to try to get things to represent themselves perfectly in your 3D print utility. But for the most part, Prusa takes these directly. This is the most straightforward part of the entire process, is literally just going save as STL, and then in their little selection, it's like format, binary, preview mesh. I don't need to do that. Refinement high, sure. Don't care about the refinement options. The output, you can have it send it to a 3D print utility, but I don't need that. So I am going to just save them like that, and that just does it. Just does the job for me. Save as STL. Okay. Save. Oh, you know what? The problem with printing this thing facing up is that I need that lip there. I need that opening. I mean, I guess if I do print it, it'll use support material around this, and that could be okay. That'll just sandwich in the grating a little bit more with the roughness of the support. So I am going to need quite a bit of support actually to print this, because I want that nice clean face to be the front face of the you know, it's going to be this big square like right in the front of my computer, so I want to kind of make it look good, you know. That'll probably end up lighting up with the rest of the graphics card. But yeah, anyway, so that's it. Those are the parts that I needed. Do I need anything else? Sorry, that clap was a lot louder than I thought it was. I clapped and I was like, oh shit, that's loud. I'll be supporting you in this. Why does that fill me with dread? Okay. Do I need any other parts for now? No. The carbon fiber plate that's going in the front is probably going to need some kind of a mount. I should be able to come up with something for that. I already have something for that. The supports that we used on the other piece of carbon fiber plate, that'll just mount the same way. I'll just have a couple of those countersunk screws going in the front. It'll look good too. So that'll be that. Yeah, the high voltage PCIe cable protection is one thing. I kind of want to get things placed first before I do that. I want things to kind of fall into place, because I don't know what how exactly I'm going to be able to do that. I don't know how exactly I'm going to be able to do that. Hold on. So I figure I probably need some kind of a dam between the multi-layer, what is it called? It's like a polymer multi-layer cap. You're gonna be near here. Oh God. 45 minutes though. I don't know. An hour away. Ugh. It's still a long way. All right. 100. What is it? 150 volts between these two, right? And then I've got this piece of metal sitting right next to it. So I kind of want to have something there. At the very least, a piece of like not mylar, a piece of like cellophane or something like that, or transparency, whatever that stuff is, right? Just a piece of plastic there to give it a bit higher of a dielectric strength. Not Scholastic, not Captain. No. I had Captain there previously. It was a little further away too. But I figure what I can do is just print. I mean, I could either print something that's just like a square that goes there, or I could actually plan like a little hood that goes over this area. I don't know which one I really want to do. I mean, if I do print something, I could do like a 45-degree angle thing so that it sits flat here, and then it has a piece that goes down at an angle to try to insulate the two. This is unacceptably close. Like on a circuit board, this would be absolutely, completely unacceptable. So I figure a sheet of plastic in there should be our best defense. Yeah, should be our best defense. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out what exactly I want to do with that. I'll have to figure out what exactly I want to do. But I think that's all the design I have in me for today. But a half hour before I would generally want to end, which sucks because I kind of... Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to widen the gap on these. I could do that with a push-pull. I don't like using push-pull for this. I'd rather have separate geometries, but... No, what's going on? No, escape. Oh God, I misclicked. So push-pull, that hoop. The problem with doing this is that if I need different gapping and stuff, I've got to use a different process to edit it. Not positive, negative, no, not equal, negative 0.2. There we go. Okay, so that widens. Would you please? Oh God, something's messed up with the drawing. So I'm scrolling the scroll wheel like a ton to get it to zoom in. That just means that the threads will not grip this piece, so I can have the screw fall in and then tighten it from there. That should be pretty good. Pretty good. Do I like the look of that? I don't know. I don't know if I like the look of that, but I think maybe with the piece of grating on there, it'll look okay. It'll hopefully look like the rest of the computer, which is kind of what I'm going for. Yeah, that said, I mean, so now we've got the capacitor brick cover looking a particular way with mounts at the bottom that I got to glue together, unfortunately. We have the back plate, which you guys didn't really see. That was a part that that I just finished printing, hopefully the last version of. I added little hexagonal things in the back to give it vents. I don't want to use that grating as a vent because this part is more of a mounting piece, and I do want air to actually exchange on the back of this thing. And then finally, I've got this part right here, which is a C-clamp that'll hold up the graphics card. And figuring out where those holes go is going to be kind of difficult to do. I'm going to have to either, like, I'll put blue tape down on the carbon fiber, and then when I have the part printed, I will measure the edges and then use the numbers in AutoCAD to figure out where everything is. I'm thinking what I need to do is use the, well, I gotta use the pillar drill to drill the holes, and I'll have to try to figure out how I can make sure everything is exactly stable. If I knew where every single hole should go, and I could do that, it would be nice to mount the plate to the mill and then use the DRO to figure out exactly where all these holes should be, but I don't think that's going to be very successful. I don't think I'm really going to be able to do that. I don't think so. These don't necessarily need to be hard edges, too. I could probably chamfer the... No, I'm not going to do that. I could make them look all kinds of different ways. All right, I think I'm done for the day. I mean, we had 2, like, 12-hour streams last week, so... I'm still kind of reeling after that. My sleep schedule has recovered. But I want to go shopping, too. If they like shopping so much, why didn't they make shopping 2? Oh, there's my dumb expression looking into the camera. Man, I look absent-minded. I look like shit, guys. So what's going on? Mario Golf, Guilty Gears, Boneworks. Yeah, let's raid Rob Oz. Let's actually wait. Well, Louie's doing a fighting game. I used to play a lot of fighting games, but I don't like watching fighting games. So if Louie wasn't doing a fighting game, I would raid Louie. But yeah, let's raid Rob Oz because he raided us the other day, and so I want to make sure he remembers who I am. Raid Robaz. No, I didn't get golf. I don't know if I'm gonna get it. I'm not sure. Hot take. It looks like every golf game. I don't think I like it that much. I don't know. Okay, we're raiding Rob Oz. We're gonna go see how he's doing with Boneworks, whether or not he's dead. I would expect if he's doing VR, he's probably already dead. But hold on, there's my dumb expression again. God, I look like shit. I gotta do a different sitting position when I'm at this computer. Golf games peaked with the built-in Windows 95. No, what was that guy who had like? It wasn't Arnold Palmer, was it? Anyway, you guys have fun at Rob Oz, and I'll catch you later. All right? I'll see you on Thursday. And we're still doing this thing. I'll have more progress. Hopefully I'll have both of the prints done by then. But anyway, always remember to